Settle yourself comfortably now and allow the tensions of your day to gently dissolve. Tonight, we journey together across centuries and continents to a city that once stood as the jewel of the medieval world. A place where East met West, where ancient Rome persisted in new forms, where faith and commerce intertwined in ways both beautiful and complex. Constantinople, the queen of cities. For over 1,000 years, it endured as the capital of the Byzantine Empire, a beacon of civilization when much of Europe struggled in darkness. Its massive walls protected hundreds of thousands of souls. Its churches gleamed with gold and mosaic. Its markets overflowed with silks from China, spices from India, furs from the frozen north. But tonight, we do not focus on emperors or generals, not at first. We begin, as we should, with ordinary people, the weavers and bakers, the dock workers and shopkeepers, the men and women who rose each morning to the sound of church bells echoing across the Golden Horn, who navigated crowded streets, who argued over the price of bread, who feared fire and plague, who found joy in festival days and the simple rhythms of their lives. Imagine yourself among them now. The year is somewhere in the 12th century, perhaps 1150, perhaps 1180. The empire still stands strong, though enemies gather at its borders. The city teems with life, a complexity and diversity unknown anywhere else in the Christian world. You wake to the sound of bells, always the bells. Constantinople possesses hundreds of churches, and each marks the hours of prayer with bronze voices that cascade across the city in overlapping waves. The sound filters through the narrow window of your room, along with the first grey light of dawn and the smell of wood smoke from countless breakfast fires. Your room sits above a textile workshop near the Golden Horn, in one of the districts where tradesmen and craftspeople make their homes. The space is small, perhaps 10 feet by 12, with whitewashed walls that you share with a brother and his young family. Privacy exists as a luxury beyond your means. The walls are thin enough that you hear your neighbors' conversations, their arguments, their children's cries, the rhythms of their existence intermingling with your own. The floor consists of wooden planks worn smooth by decades of footsteps. Your bed is a simple pallet, stuffed with straw, covered with a wool blanket that you pulled close during the night. In winter, the cold seeps through the walls despite the brazier in the corner. In summer, the heat becomes oppressive, the air thick and still, offering little relief even when darkness falls. You rise slowly as you do each morning, your body stiff from sleep and the previous day's labor. The workshop below already stirs with activity. You hear the familiar sounds, the creak of the loom, the shuffle of feet, voices exchanging morning greetings in Greek, the language that binds this city together despite its cosmopolitan character. Before you can break your fast, before you can begin the day's work, you must fetch water. This simple necessity shapes the rhythm of life for Constantinople's common people. The city possesses a remarkable system of aqueducts and cisterns, engineering marvels that bring water from sources miles away. Yet this water flows primarily to the great palace, to the wealthy estates, to the public baths that serve as gathering places for those who can afford the entrance fee. For you, water means the public fountain 3 streets away. You take the clay pitcher, worn smooth by your hands, and join the early morning procession of neighbors making the same journey. The streets at this hour fill with women and servants, all moving toward the fountains that mark the neighborhood's central gathering points. The fountain stands in a small square, its basin already crowded with people. You wait your turn, patient but alert, knowing that disputes can flare over something as simple as cutting in line or taking more than one is fair share. The water flows from a bronze spout shaped like a lion's head, a reminder that even functional objects in this city aspire to beauty. The water itself tastes clean and cold, drawn from cisterns that lie beneath the city streets in vast, shadowy chambers supported by ancient columns. While you wait, You exchange news with neighbors. Someone's daughter has married. A ship arrived yesterday from Sicily, carrying wine and olive oil. The Blues defeated the Greens in yesterday's chariot race at the Hippodrome, and there were minor scuffles afterward. Rumors circulate about barbarian raids somewhere in Anatolia, but here in the capital such troubles seem distant, abstract. You fill your pitcher and begin the careful walk home, mindful not to spill. This water must last for drinking, for cooking, for washing your hands and face. Bathing happens rarely, perhaps once a month at the public baths, if you can spare the copper coins for admission. More often you wash with a damp cloth, conserving every drop. The textile workshop where you labor occupies the ground floor of your building and spills into a small courtyard behind. Your master, a middle-aged man named Theophanes, learned his trade from his father, as his father learned from his grandfather. The workshop produces wool cloth, nothing fancy or luxurious, but practical fabric for everyday garments, blankets, simple cloaks. The work begins with raw wool that arrives in great bundles from farms in the Anatolian highlands. It must be cleaned, combed, spun into thread, dyed, and finally woven into cloth. Each step requires skill, patience, and hours of repetitive labor. Your hands know these motions so well that you can perform them while your mind wanders, though Theophanes discourages such distraction. The workshop holds 3 looms, massive wooden frames that dominate the space. The largest requires 2 weavers working in coordination, their hands moving in practiced rhythm, shuttles flying back and forth, the steady thump of the beater pressing each new line of thread into place. The sound creates a kind of music, monotonous but not unpleasant, a backdrop to conversation and thought. Light enters through windows that face the street, but it's never quite enough. The work strains your eyes, particularly as you age. You've seen older workers squinting at their thread, holding it close to their faces, making mistakes that Theophanes corrects with varying degrees of patience. The air in the workshop carries a particular quality, thick with wool fibers that float in the sunbeams, with the smell of lanolin and dye, with the sweat of bodies working in close quarters. In summer, the heat becomes stifling. In winter, the cold makes your fingers clumsy until they warm to the work. The workshop maintains a fire in a corner brazier, as much for heating dye pots as for warmth, but it does little to combat the chill that seeps through the stone foundations. At midday, you step outside for a brief respite, to eat the bread and cheese you brought from home, to stretch your back and rest your eyes. The street outside the workshop presents a scene of constant motion and sound, a river of humanity that flows from dawn until well past sunset. Constantinople's streets follow no rational plan. They wind and curve, narrow and widen unpredictably, a maze that evolved over centuries. Some streets are paved with stone, remnants of the old Roman city, but many consist of packed earth that turns to mud when it rains. The buildings lean toward each other, their upper stories sometimes nearly touching across the narrow lanes, creating shadowed corridors where the sun rarely reaches the ground. The street teems with every variety of human activity. Merchants occupy ground floor shops, their goods spilling onto the street. Copper pots, leather shoes, vegetables, dried fish, oil lamps, religious icons. Peddlers push through the crowd, calling out their wares. Beggars station themselves at corners and church doors, displaying their afflictions, their empty bowls, their pleas for charity. Pilgrims from the west wander past, their clothing and language marking them as strangers. They've come to see the holy relics that Constantinople possesses in abundance, fragments of the true cross, the crown of thorns, the robe of the Virgin Mary, bones of saints beyond counting. The city has become a way station for those traveling to Jerusalem, a place where faith can be touched and seen in tangible form. The tension between the Greek-speaking locals and these Latin visitors simmers constantly beneath the surface. You've heard them called Franks, a catch-all term for Westerners, said with varying degrees of contempt. They seem crude to Byzantine eyes, loud and martial, lacking in the sophistication and ceremony that define proper civilization. They wear different clothing, worship in slightly different ways, speak languages that sound harsh and barbaric. Sometimes this tension erupts into violence. You've heard stories of brawls, of Latin quarters attacked by mobs, of merchants from Venice and Genoa murdered in disputes over trade privileges. The authorities crack down after such incidents, executions in the hippodrome, serving as public warnings, but the underlying resentments remain. The city generates a constant haze of smoke that hangs in the air, particularly on still days. Every household maintains a cooking fire. Every workshop that requires heat, and many do, whether for metalworking, dyeing, baking, or brewing, contributes its portion to the pall. The smoke carries the smell of burning wood, charcoal, and less pleasant things that people throw into their fires. The noise proves equally inescapable. Human voices in a dozen languages, the cries of street vendors, the ringing of hammers on metal, the creak of cartwheels, the braying of donkeys, the barking of dogs that roam the streets in packs, the tolling of church bells that mark not only the hours but every religious procession and ceremony. At night, the din subsides but never entirely disappears. The city breathes and mutters in its sleep. Fire represents the great terror of urban life in Constantinople. The buildings press close together, many constructed primarily of wood despite regulations requiring stone. A spark from a cooking fire, an overturned lamp, a lightning strike, any of these can ignite a conflagration that races through entire districts before it can be contained. You've witnessed such fires. The flames leap from rooftop to rooftop with terrifying speed. The heat becomes so intense that buildings collapse inward, sending showers of sparks into the night sky. People flee with whatever they can carry, streaming through the streets in panicked rivers. The city maintains firefighting crews, but their buckets and hooks prove inadequate against a blaze once it truly takes hold. After a major fire, the affected district lies in ruins for months or years. Blackened walls stand like broken teeth. The smell of charred wood lingers. Families camp in makeshift shelters while they struggle to rebuild. Some never manage it, drifting into deeper poverty, begging or taking whatever work they can find. Your workshop has been fortunate. The building has stood for 3 generations without disaster, but you know this fortune could reverse in a moment. You say prayers before you sleep, asking for protection from flame and plague and all the other dangers that stalk this crowded city. Faith permeates every aspect of life in Constantinople. The city doesn't simply contain churches, it organizes itself around them. Every neighborhood has its parish church, every trade guild its patron saint, every family its icons and relics. The religious calendar dictates the rhythm of the year with its succession of feast days, fasts, and observances. The processions form one of the city's most distinctive features. They occur with startling frequency, sometimes daily. A parade of clergy in elaborate vestments, carrying icons and relics, chanting hymns in Greek, processing through the streets to bless the city, to commemorate a saint, to pray for rain or victory or deliverance from plague. When a major procession passes, you stop your work and stand at the workshop door to watch. The sight never quite loses its power. The glittering golden crosses held high, the clouds of incense that make the air shimmer and swim, the deep male voices of the choirs, the flickering of hundreds of candles, the icons carried on platforms, their faces seeming to gaze down with expressions of serene compassion or stern judgment. The most elaborate processions involve the emperor himself, though you've never seen him up close. He processes from the Great Palace to Hagia Sophia on great feast days, surrounded by guards and officials, moving through streets lined with citizens who prostrate themselves as he passes. The emperor serves as God's representative on earth, at least in the Byzantine understanding, a figure simultaneously human and sacred. Your own faith expresses itself in simpler ways. You attend liturgy at your parish church on Sundays and holy days, standing for hours in the candlelit interior while the priests perform the ancient rituals in language that feels both familiar and mysterious. You keep icons in your room, small painted panels showing Christ or the Virgin or Saint Nicholas, before which you murmur prayers in the morning and evening. You make the sign of the cross when you pass a church or shrine. You observe the fasts that mark the religious calendar, eating only bread and vegetables on prescribed days, though hunger makes this discipline difficult. The church also provides the city's safety net, such as it is. Monasteries and convents distribute bread to the poor. Hospitals run by religious orders offer basic care to the sick. Orphanages take in abandoned children. It's not enough, never enough, but it's something, a recognition that Christians bear obligations to the suffering. The Byzantine Empire runs on an intricate system of taxation that touches every aspect of economic life. As a workshop employee, you don't pay taxes directly. That burden falls on Theophanes, your master, but you feel their weight nonetheless. They shape his decisions about wages, about how much cloth to produce, about whether to hire additional workers or make do with fewer hands. The empire taxes land, trade, inheritance, sales, hearths, workshops, even beards in some periods. Tax collectors arrive at regular intervals, armed with ledgers and the authority of the imperial government. They assess what is owed, and they collect it, sometimes with considerable force. Failure to pay can result in confiscation of property, imprisonment, or worse. The taxes support an enormous governmental apparatus. Constantinople serves as the center of a bureaucracy renowned for its complexity and sophistication. Thousands of officials, many of them eunuchs who cannot threaten the imperial succession, manage the empire's affairs from offices in the palace complex and government buildings throughout the city. They maintain records, issue edicts, settle disputes, oversee trade, command armies, conduct diplomacy with foreign powers. This system predates the Roman Empire's division by centuries, and it shows. It possesses an institutional memory and procedural rigor that impresses even as it frustrates. Getting anything done often requires navigating multiple levels of officialdom, presenting petitions to the right functionary, waiting for decisions that may take weeks or months. You see these officials occasionally riding through the streets on horseback, accompanied by servants, their silk robes marking them as men of consequence. They seem to exist in a different world from yours, a realm of palace intrigue and administrative power that barely intersects with the daily struggle for bread and water. The hippodrome dominates the city's recreational life. This massive structure, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators, hosts chariot races that generate enthusiasm bordering on mania. The races pit two principal factions against each other, the blues and the greens, though reds and whites exist as well. These factions function as more than sporting teams. They represent social and political identities inherited through families tied to neighborhoods and trades. Supporting the blues or greens marks you as a certain kind of person, aligns you with particular religious and political positions, creates bonds with fellow faction members and rivalries with opponents. On race days, the city empties into the hippodrome. You go when you can, when Theophanes gives you the afternoon free and you've saved enough coins for admission. The experience overwhelms the senses. The roar of the crowd, the thunder of horses' hooves on the packed earth track, the brilliant colors of the charioteers' tunics, the crashes when chariots collide and splinter, drivers thrown clear or dragged behind panicked horses. The skill required astounds you. The drivers control 4 horses at breakneck speed, navigating the tight turns at each end of the track, jockeying for position, using whips and reins with extraordinary precision. Races are won or lost by seconds, sometimes by inches. The crowd responds with volcanic passion, cheering victories, booing defeats, sometimes pelting losing drivers with whatever comes to hand. After particularly contentious races, violence spills into the streets. Blues attack greens, or vice versa. People are beaten, occasionally killed. The authorities try to maintain order, but passion runs too hot to fully contain. You've learned to avoid certain districts on race days, to take indirect routes home, to stay inside once the sun sets. The emperor himself watches from the kathisma, the imperial box that connects directly to the great palace. His presence at the races represents more than recreation. It's a political act, a chance for him to be seen by his people, to gauge their mood, to demonstrate his power. Sometimes emperors curry favor by staging especially lavish games. Sometimes they use the hippodrome to announce policy decisions or display captured enemies. The markets of Constantinople spread throughout the city in specialized districts. You know where to find anything. Silk from the shops near the Forum of Constantine, spices from merchants near the harbor, fish from the Golden Horn waterfront, vegetables from the suburban farms that lie beyond the Theodosian walls. Haggling forms the heart of commerce. Prices are never fixed. They emerge through negotiation, through assessment of quality and comparison with competitors, through the personal relationship between buyer and seller. A shrewd merchant reads his customer, adjusting his initial price based on their clothing, their accent, their apparent desperation or leisure. The city's wealth manifests in its markets in ways both obvious and subtle. Even in districts where common people shop, the variety of goods astounds. Fruits from North Africa, furs from the Black Sea steppes, manuscripts from Syrian monasteries, glassware from Egypt, metalwork from Persia. Trade routes converge on Constantinople from every direction, making it a clearinghouse for goods from 3 continents. Yet this abundance exists alongside grinding poverty. Beggars work the market crowds, their numbers swelling in times of famine or after military defeats that drive refugees into the city. Some display genuine afflictions, missing limbs, blindness, skin diseases that mark them as untouchable. Others fake their suffering, a common enough deception that many passers-by ignore their pleas entirely. The city maintains some order through guilds that regulate trades and professions. Your Textile Workers Guild sets standards for quality, restricts entry into the trade, handles disputes between masters and workers. In return for dues, the guild provides a burial fund, support for members' widows, representation before city authorities. It's not a comfortable arrangement. The masters dominate the guild's leadership and their interests don't always align with yours, but it offers a thin buffer against total vulnerability. As the sun descends toward the hills west of the city, the character of the streets shifts. Shops begin to close, their proprietors rolling down wooden shutters or hanging heavy cloths across doorways. The crowd thins, though it never entirely disappears. Night brings different people into the streets, those whose business can't bear daylight, those too desperate or drunk to seek shelter, those who prey on the vulnerable. You return to your room as shadows lengthen. Your landlady cooks a simple evening meal in the courtyard, bean soup perhaps, or lentils with bread and onions, occasionally a bit of salted fish. The residents of the building eat together, sharing news and complaints, the children running between the adults until scolded into stillness. After the meal, darkness falls quickly. Oil lamps provide the only illumination, their flickering light casting dancing shadows on the walls. Candles cost too much for everyday use. Many nights, you simply sit in the dark, too tired for conversation, listening to the sounds of the city settling into its nighttime rhythms. The watch patrols the streets, city guards carrying torches, their presence both reassuring and ominous. They keep order, after a fashion, breaking up fights, investigating disturbances, occasionally catching thieves. But they're not above corruption, not above taking bribes or harassing citizens who can't afford to buy them off. Sometimes, lying on your pallet in the darkness, you contemplate your life. This is what existence means for most people in Constantinople. Work and sleep, and the struggle to meet basic needs, punctuated by festivals and crises, hemmed in by walls both physical and social. You were born to this station, and you'll likely die in it. The occasional dreams of something more, a thriving business, a spacious home, leisure and security, remain exactly that. Dreams, pleasant to contemplate but distant from reality. Yet there are moments of beauty, of transcendence. The liturgy on Easter morning, when the priests announce Christ's resurrection and the church fills with voices singing the ancient hymns. The view from the city walls, looking out over the Bosphorus at sunset, the water turning gold and crimson. The smile of a child playing in the street, innocent of the hardships that await. The solidarity you feel with your fellow workers, bound by shared struggle. Constantinople endures. It has endured for 800 years since Constantine refounded it as his capital, and it will endure for centuries more, or so everyone assumes. The walls remain impregnable. The empire persists. The city continues its daily life, that vast, intricate dance of hundreds of thousands of souls moving through ancient streets, seeking their bread, practicing their faith, loving and fighting and dying in the shadow of Hagia Sophia's great dome. Tomorrow you will rise to the sound of bells, fetch water from the fountain, return to the workshop and the endless rhythm of the loom. This is your life. This is the texture of ordinary existence in the greatest city of the medieval world. It's not the life of emperors or saints, but it's yours, and you live it with what dignity and hope you can muster. The daily life we've explored, that rhythm of work and worship, water carrying and weaving, continued through generations in Constantinople. Decades passed in this manner, the city enduring through the 12th century with its power intact, its walls unbreached, its confidence in its own permanence unshaken. But history rarely moves in straight lines. The year 1204 approached, bringing with it an event so shocking, so unexpected, that it would fracture the Byzantine world forever. The greatest Christian city on earth would fall, not to Muslim armies or pagan invaders, but to fellow Christians. Crusaders who had taken vows to liberate Jerusalem would instead turn their weapons against Constantinople itself. Let us trace how this catastrophe unfolded, slowly, through miscalculation and greed, through political intrigue and broken promises. The story begins not in Constantinople, but in Venice, and in the camps of Western knights who believed they were embarking on a holy mission. In 1198, Pope Innocent III called for a new crusade. The Third Crusade had ended inconclusively years earlier, Jerusalem still in Muslim hands. The Pope envisioned a grand expedition that would finally reclaim the Holy Land, but this time approaching from a different direction. The Crusaders would sail to Egypt, strike at the heart of Muslim power, and from that position of strength, retake Jerusalem. Such an expedition required ships, vast numbers of them, and the Venetians possessed the Mediterranean's most formidable fleet. Negotiations began between Crusader envoys and Doge Enrico Dandolo, Venice's aged but formidable leader. The terms were agreed upon. Venice would provide transport for 33,500 men, along with supplies and warships, in exchange for 85,000 silver marks. It was an enormous sum, perhaps deliberately so. When the Crusaders assembled in Venice in 1202, their numbers fell far short of projections. Perhaps 12,000 men arrived instead of the expected 33,500. They could not pay what they had promised. The Venetians, having built ships at considerable expense and forgone other commercial ventures to honor the contract, found themselves owed a debt that could not be satisfied. Doge Dandolo, old and blind but sharp of mind, proposed a solution. The Crusaders could work off their debt by helping Venice recapture Zara, a Christian city on the Adriatic coast that had rebelled against Venetian control. It was a pragmatic arrangement, though it troubled some Crusaders. They had taken the cross to fight Muslims, not to attack fellow Christians. But necessity pressed, and the expedition needed to proceed somehow. Zara fell after a brief siege in November 1202. Pope Innocent III excommunicated the Crusaders for this act, though he later relented. The expedition wintered on the Dalmatian coast, its future uncertain, its purpose already compromised. During that winter, a Byzantine prince named Alexios Angelos arrived at the Crusader camp. His story carried the weight of tragedy and opportunity. His father, Emperor Isaac II, had been overthrown and blinded by his own brother, who now ruled as Alexios III. The young prince had escaped and fled west, seeking allies who might help him reclaim his father's throne. Young Alexios made extraordinary promises to the Crusaders and Venetians. If they would help restore his father and place him on the throne as co-emperor, he would pay them 200,000 silver marks, enough to settle their debt to Venice and fund the Egyptian expedition. He would provide 10,000 Byzantine troops for the crusade. Most significantly, he promised to submit the Orthodox Church to papal authority, healing the schism that had divided Christianity since 1054. These promises seemed almost too generous, and perhaps they were. The young prince likely had little understanding of Byzantine politics or the empire's actual resources. But to the Crusaders, heavily in debt and uncertain of their path forward, his offer provided both purpose and profit. They agreed. The Fourth Crusade would make a detour to Constantinople. In June 1203, the Crusader fleet appeared in the waters off Constantinople. Imagine that moment from the perspective of the city's inhabitants. You might be working at your loom or walking through the market when word spreads. A vast fleet of ships approaches from the west. Latin ships, bearing crusaders, sailing not past the city toward the Holy Land, but directly toward Constantinople itself. The sight that greeted the crusaders astonished even the most traveled among them. Constantinople's walls rose from the water's edge, massive and seemingly impregnable. The great chain stretched across the Golden Horn, preventing hostile ships from entering the harbor. The city's domes and towers caught the sunlight. Hagia Sophia dominated the skyline, its dome a marvel of engineering that no Western cathedral could match. The Crusaders numbered perhaps 20,000 soldiers and sailors, facing a city that held several 100,000 people. By conventional military logic, their position seemed hopeless. Yet Constantinople's strength was more apparent than real. The empire had weakened over previous decades. Military leadership had deteriorated. The treasury, supposedly full of gold, had been depleted by incompetent emperors and expensive failures. Emperor Alexios III, the usurper, proved unequal to the crisis. When the Crusaders landed on the Asian shore of the Bosphorus and began to threaten the city, when they breached the chain and entered the Golden Horn, when they attacked the walls themselves, he panicked. On the night of July 17th, 1203, he fled the city, taking what portable wealth he could carry, abandoning his throne and his people. The blinded Isaac II was brought from his prison and restored to the throne, with his son Alexios IV as co-emperor. Young Alexios had achieved his goal. The Crusaders withdrew to the suburb of Galata across the Golden Horn to await their promised payment. But the young emperor quickly discovered that promises made in exile are easier than promises kept in power. The Byzantine treasury contained nothing like the wealth he had pledged. To raise the money, he imposed heavy taxes on his subjects, confiscated church treasures, melted down sacred objects for their gold. These actions made him deeply unpopular among his own people, who viewed him as a puppet of the Latins, a traitor who had sold Byzantine independence for foreign military support. The relationship between the Crusaders and the city's inhabitants soured quickly. Latin soldiers wandered Constantinople's streets, demanding hospitality, taking what they wanted. Brawls erupted between drunk crusaders and local young men. A major fire broke out, whether by accident or deliberate arson remains unclear, that destroyed entire districts. Latin residents of the city, Venetian and Genoese merchants mainly, fled to the Crusader camp for protection, fearing mob violence. Through the winter of 1203 and 1204, tensions mounted. Alexios IV kept making excuses, kept promising payment would come soon, kept trying to satisfy impossible demands. The Crusaders grew restless and hungry. Their supplies dwindled. The Egyptian campaign, already delayed for over a year, receded further into impossibility. In February 1204, a Byzantine nobleman named Alexios Doukas, nicknamed Muurtzouphlos for his prominent eyebrows, led a palace coup. He seized Alexios IV, had him strangled with a bowstring, and declared himself Emperor Alexios V. The old, blind Isaac II died soon after, possibly from the shock, possibly from poison. The new emperor made clear he would pay the Crusaders nothing. He ordered Constantinople's defenses strengthened and prepared for war. The Crusaders now faced a stark choice. They could abandon the enterprise, return home in disgrace, having accomplished nothing and left themselves still in debt to Venice. Or they could attack Constantinople directly, take by force what had been promised and denied, and somehow justify this assault on the greatest Christian city in the world. The Venetians, particularly Doge Dandolo, advocated for attack. Venice had invested enormously in this expedition and had received nothing in return. More cynically, a weakened Constantinople would benefit Venetian commercial interests in the Eastern Mediterranean. The city's trade privileges could be expanded. Its wealth could be plundered. The strategic opportunities were obvious to anyone willing to see them. Among the Crusaders, some resisted. Attacking Constantinople seemed not just militarily risky, but spiritually perilous. How could they claim to be on a holy mission while storming Christian churches? But the majority, persuaded by necessity, by debt, by months of frustration, and by clerical arguments that the Greeks were schismatics who deserved punishment for rejecting papal authority, agreed. They would attack. The assault began on April 9, 1204. The Crusaders launched their attack against the sea walls along the Golden Horn, where the defenses appeared weakest. Ships were lashed together, forming platforms from which siege ladders could reach the walls. The Venetians, with their naval expertise, led the assault. Defenders crowded the walls, raining arrows and stones down on the attackers, pushing back the ladders, pouring Greek fire, that mysterious Byzantine weapon that burned even on water, onto ships that pressed too close. The first assault failed. The Crusaders were repulsed with significant casualties. Alexios V appeared personally on the walls, encouraging the defenders, demonstrating that the city would not fall easily. That night in the Crusader camp, morale sagged. Perhaps the enterprise was indeed impossible. Perhaps God was showing his displeasure. But on April 12th, the Crusaders attacked again, with better planning and desperate determination. The Venetian ships came alongside the walls in pairs, creating stable platforms for the assault. Wooden towers built on the ships rose level with or higher than the fortifications. At several points along the wall, attackers and defenders fought hand-to-hand on the battlements. Then the breach came. A Venetian ship managed to lodge firmly against the wall. Soldiers poured across, overwhelming the defenders at that section. Other ships followed. More Crusaders scrambled onto the walls. A gate was opened from within. Knights on horseback, the armored cavalry that formed the core of Western military power, entered the city. Alexios V fled. He had been emperor for barely 3 months. The Byzantine defense, never well coordinated, collapsed. By evening of April 12th, the Crusaders controlled much of Constantinople. The city that had stood unconquered for 900 years had fallen in a matter of hours. What followed over the next 3 days would be remembered with horror and shame, a wound to Christendom that would never fully heal. The Crusaders had agreed among themselves that all plunder would be collected and divided systematically, with shares allocated according to rank and contribution. This agreement was immediately ignored. Soldiers spread through the city, kicking in doors, ransacking homes and shops, churches and monasteries, palaces and public buildings. Nothing was sacred. Nothing was protected. Imagine yourself, if you can, as one of Constantinople's residents during those 3 days. You hear the sounds of fighting from the walls. You learn that the city has fallen. You bar your door, gather your family, pray for deliverance. Then the Crusaders arrive at your building. They don't knock, they break the door down. They take everything of value, coins, jewelry, fine cloth, furniture, kitchen implements, anything that can be carried or sold. If you resist, you may be struck down. If you're young and female, you face horrors that the chronicles only hint at with euphemistic phrases. If you're wealthy, you may be tortured to reveal where you've hidden your valuables. The Crusaders aren't universally brutal. Some show restraint, some protect those who submit peacefully, but enough of them give way to greed and violence that the experience becomes a citywide nightmare. The churches suffered particularly shocking violations. Hagia Sophia, the greatest church in Christendom, was systematically looted. The altar screen of silver and gold was torn down and smashed into portable pieces. The altar itself was destroyed. Sacred vessels were emptied and carried off. Relics accumulated over centuries were stolen. The great bronze doors, ancient works of art, were removed. A prostitute, according to chroniclers, was placed on the patriarch's throne, where she sang lewd songs while drunk soldiers danced in the nave. Other churches received similar treatment. At the Church of the Pantocrator, the tombs of emperors were opened and robbed of their burial goods. The Monastery of Christ, Pantipoptes, was stripped of its treasures. The Church of the Holy Apostles, where Constantine himself was buried, was plundered. Nowhere was safe. The Latin soldiers made little distinction between secular and sacred property. Gold remained gold, whether it adorned an icon or a nobleman's belt. Libraries were destroyed, ancient manuscripts used as packing material or simply burned. Works of classical literature, philosophy, and history that existed nowhere else in the world were lost forever. Statues that had survived since Roman times were broken up for their metal. Art was destroyed by men who couldn't appreciate its value beyond the raw materials. The Crusaders showed particular enthusiasm for stealing relics, those fragments of saints' bodies and objects associated with Christ's life that medieval Christianity venerated with profound intensity. Constantinople had accumulated the richest collection of relics in the Christian world. Now they were dispersed across Western Europe. The crown of thorns, supposedly worn by Christ during his crucifixion, was taken. Fragments of the true cross were divided among numerous claimants. The stone of anointing from Christ's tomb was carried off. Bones of saints, pieces of saints' clothing, objects they had supposedly touched, all were seized and shipped west to end up in churches and monasteries from Venice to Paris, from Rome to Germany. For the Crusaders, these thefts could be justified as recovering holy objects from schismatic Greeks unworthy to possess them. The relics would be better appreciated and venerated in the West. This reasoning satisfied those who needed moral justification. Others simply recognized the enormous value of such items, the prestige and pilgrimage income they would bring to whatever church or city acquired them. Venice secured the greatest treasures. The 4 bronze horses that had once adorned the hippodrome were shipped back and installed at St. Mark's Basilica, where they remained for centuries. Countless other works of art enriched Venetian churches and palaces. Doge Dandolo had ensured his city profited magnificently from this diverted crusade. Chroniclers disagree on how many people died during the sack. Some contemporary sources claim relatively few casualties, thousands rather than tens of thousands. Others suggest the slaughter was extensive. The truth probably lies somewhere between, complicated by the fact that many deaths occurred not in direct violence, but in the chaos and disruption that followed. People who succumbed to injuries, to starvation when food distribution broke down, to disease that spread through the traumatized population. What's clear is that countless lives were shattered. Families were separated, women were widowed, children orphaned. People who had lived comfortable lives found themselves destitute, their property confiscated, their status destroyed. The sophisticated urban culture that Constantinople represented was dealt a blow from which it would never fully recover. Many Greeks fled the city, seeking refuge in territories still under Byzantine control. Nicaea, in Asia Minor, became the seat of a Byzantine government in exile. Epirus and Trebizond also maintained Byzantine successor states. The empire fragmented, its unity broken along with its capital. The Crusaders, having conquered Constantinople, now had to decide what to do with it. They elected Baldwin of Flanders as the first Latin emperor of Constantinople, a new political entity they called the Latin Empire. The Byzantine Empire, in their view, had ceased to exist, replaced by this new Latin-ruled state that would unite Catholic and Orthodox Christians under papal authority. The reality proved far less grand. The Latin Empire controlled only Constantinople and its immediate surroundings, plus portions of Greece and Thrace. The rest of the Byzantine world refused to acknowledge its legitimacy. The new emperor and his nobles divided the conquered territories among themselves in a feudal arrangement foreign to Byzantine traditions. Venetians received the most favorable trade terms and acquired key ports and islands. The Latin Empire survived for only 57 years. It remained weak, constantly fighting Byzantine successor states that sought to reclaim Constantinople, fending off Bulgarian attacks, struggling with inadequate resources and internal divisions. The great prize they had won turned out to be a burden. Constantinople's wealth had been looted, its commercial networks disrupted, its population reduced and embittered. Ruling it brought more problems than benefits. For the Byzantines, the sack of 1204 represented a trauma beyond measure. They had been betrayed by fellow Christians, by men who claimed to be on a holy mission. The walls that had protected them for centuries had been breached. The city that considered itself the new Rome, the guardian of Christian civilization, had been violated and humiliated. The schism between Eastern and Western Christianity, already serious, became essentially irreparable. The Greeks never forgave the Latins for what happened in April 1204. Even after Constantinople was recaptured in 1261 by Byzantine forces under Michael VIII, Palaiologos, even after the Latin Empire collapsed, the memory persisted. When Ottoman armies threatened Constantinople in later centuries, many Byzantines preferred to fall to the Turks rather than accept help from the West that might come with demands for church union. One Byzantine chronicler, Nicetas Choniatis, who witnessed the sack, wrote with bitter eloquence about what he saw. He described the destruction of the city's treasures, the violations of its churches, the suffering of its people. He saved particular anger for the Venetians, whom he saw as the principal villains, motivated purely by commercial greed disguised as religious purpose. Even the Saracens are merciful and kind, he wrote, comparing the Crusaders unfavorably to Muslim enemies, compared to these men who bear the cross of Christ on their shoulders. The Fourth Crusade accomplished nothing it had ostensibly set out to achieve. Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands. The Crusader states in the Holy Land received no help. Egypt was never attacked. The expedition that Pope Innocent III had called to rescue the Holy Land instead destroyed the most powerful Christian empire in the East and fatally weakened the bulwark that had protected Europe from Eastern invasions for centuries. The Byzantine Empire never recovered its former strength. When Constantinople was reclaimed in 1261, the restored empire controlled only a fraction of its former territory. Its military power had been permanently reduced. Its economy struggled. Over the following 2 centuries, it gradually contracted, losing ground to the expanding Ottoman Empire. until in 1453 Constantinople fell again, this time to Muslim conquerors who succeeded where so many before them had failed. Historians still debate whether Byzantium could have survived even without the disaster of 1204. The empire faced serious challenges from multiple directions. But the Fourth Crusade certainly accelerated its decline, removed any possibility of recovery to former glory, and ensured that when the Ottoman threat arrived in force, the Byzantine Empire lacked the resources to resist effectively. For the crusading movement itself, the events of 1204 represented a moral catastrophe. The idea that crusades served God's purpose became harder to sustain when the most famous of them had resulted in the sack of a Christian city. Recruitment for future crusades became more difficult. Cynicism about crusading motives spread. The pure religious enthusiasm that had characterized earlier crusades gave way to more pragmatic calculations. Let us pause here and consider what we've examined. A great city fallen, not through military superiority or divine judgment, but through a series of accidents, miscalculations, and cynical opportunism. Promises made and broken, debts owed and collected in blood and treasure. The collision of Eastern and Western Christendom, ending not in union, but in catastrophe. The people whose daily lives we explored in the first part of our journey, the weavers and water carriers, the workshop masters and market vendors, they experienced this as apocalypse. Their world ended in April 1204. Everything they had assumed permanent proved fragile. The walls failed. The empire collapsed. The future they had expected vanished. Yet Constantinople endured, though forever changed. People returned to the ruins, rebuilt homes, reopened shops, resumed the rhythms of daily life as best they could. Human resilience manifests in such recoveries, in the stubborn insistence on continuing despite catastrophe. The city survived under Latin rule, then Byzantine again, then finally Ottoman. Through all these transformations, people woke to the sound of bells or the call to prayer, fetched water, worked at their trades, loved and argued and died in streets that had witnessed such transformations across centuries. History moves on. The victims of 1204 are long dust. The crusaders who looted the city returned to their homes, lived out their lives, passed into silence. The structures they destroyed or the treasures they stole are scattered or lost. What remains is memory, and the recognition that even the mightiest cities stand vulnerable to human ambition and folly. We turn now toward a different aspect of Byzantine history, stepping back in time to explore a controversy that divided the empire for generations, that touched the lives of emperors and commoners alike, that centered on a question both profound and surprisingly specific. Can the divine be depicted in images? Should it be? We shift our gaze now, moving backward through the centuries, leaving behind the catastrophe of 1204 and the restored Constantinople of the later Byzantine era. We travel to the 8th and 9th centuries, to a time when the empire still controlled vast territories, when its armies still inspired fear, when Constantinople stood at the height of its power and confidence. Yet even in this age of strength, the empire tore itself apart over a question that might seem, to modern eyes, almost abstract. Can God be depicted in images? Should Christ's face be painted on wood panels? Do such images aid worship, or do they constitute idolatry, a violation of divine commandment? This controversy, known as iconoclasm, literally image-breaking, consumed Byzantine society for over a century. It divided families, sparked riots, toppled emperors, shaped theology, and left scars that endured long after icons were restored to their honored place in Orthodox worship. Let us trace this conflict slowly, examining not just the events, but the deeper currents of faith, power, and identity that gave them meaning. To understand what was at stake, we must first appreciate the role icons played in Byzantine Christianity. These were not merely decorations or artistic expressions. Icons served as windows into the divine realm, points of connection between the earthly and the heavenly. When you prayed before an icon, you addressed not the painted wood but the holy figure it depicted. The icon made that figure present in some mysterious sense, accessible to your devotion. Every church glittered with icons. They covered the iconostasis, the screen that separated the nave from the sanctuary. They adorned walls and columns. Larger churches displayed icons of monumental scale, their gilt backgrounds catching candlelight, their solemn faces gazing down at the worshippers below. Monasteries possessed icons believed to work miracles. The sick journeyed to kiss particular icons, hoping for healing. Pregnant women prayed before icons of the Virgin Mary for safe delivery. Soldiers carried small icons into battle. Merchants placed icons in their shops to bring prosperity and guard against theft. Icons accompanied every significant moment of life: birth, marriage, death. Some icons claimed legendary origins. The Mandilion, an image of Christ supposedly impressed miraculously on cloth, resided in Edessa and was later brought to Constantinople. Icons, not made by human hands, commanded special veneration, their supernatural origin seeming to validate the practice of icon veneration itself. The making of icons followed strict conventions. Iconographers, the term painter seemed too mundane, prepared themselves spiritually through prayer and fasting. The images they created adhered to established models, sacrificing naturalism for symbolic truth. Christ appeared with specific features, gestures, and proportions. The Virgin Mary held the Christ child in prescribed poses. Saints displayed their identifying attributes. This conservative style ensured continuity, connecting contemporary worship with ancient tradition. For most Byzantines, icons formed an inseparable part of Christian practice. Removing them would be like removing the liturgy itself, like silencing the church bells, like forbidding the sign of the cross. The icons had always been there. Generations of the faithful had prayed before them. What could possibly justify their elimination? But by the early 8th century, the Byzantine Empire faced mounting challenges that prompted some to question everything, including practices long taken for granted. Arab armies, united by the new faith of Islam, had conquered Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa, territories that had belonged to the empire for centuries. They besieged Constantinople itself in 717-718, a desperate siege that the Byzantines barely survived. These defeats demanded explanation. Why had God allowed such disasters? The Arabs claimed to worship the one true God without images, without the elaborate rituals that characterized Christian practice. They called Christians idolaters for venerating icons and relics. Their military success seemed to suggest divine approval. Perhaps some Byzantines began to think the icons really were displeasing to God. Perhaps the commandment against graven images applied to Christian icons after all. Emperor Leo III, who had led the successful defense of Constantinople against the Arab siege, came to embrace this view. In 726, he issued an edict ordering the destruction of icons depicting Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. The official reasoning combined theological argument with pragmatic politics. Icons encouraged superstitious practices among the common people. They resembled the idols that ancient pagans had worshipped. They violated the second commandment of the 10 Commandments: "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." The emperor ordered that a famous icon of Christ above the chalky gate, the main entrance to the great palace, be removed. A soldier climbed a ladder to carry out the command. A crowd gathered, mostly women, who began to protest. The situation escalated. The women attacked the soldier, who fell from his ladder and died. Imperial guards moved in to restore order. Violence spread. Several protesters were killed. The controversy had drawn its first blood. The iconoclasts, those who supported the destruction of icons, built their case on several foundations. They cited the Old Testament prohibition against graven images. They argued that icons reduced the divine to material form, limiting what was by nature unlimited. How could Christ's divine nature, which was infinite and uncircumscribable, be captured in paint on wood? To claim to depict Christ was to fall into heresy, either separating his two natures or confusing them. The iconoclasts also pointed to the danger of idolatry. Simple believers might mistake the image for the reality, worshipping the wood and paint rather than the holy figure represented. Better to remove the temptation entirely. The Church should return to earlier, purer forms of worship that emphasize scripture and liturgy rather than visual representations. The defenders of icons, iconodules or iconophiles, responded with equally sophisticated theological reasoning. They argued that the incarnation changed everything. When God became man in Christ, the divine entered the material world, making that world capable of bearing sacred meaning. Icons honored the incarnation by depicting Christ in his human nature, which was indeed visible and circumscribable. The distinction between worship, latreia, and veneration, proskynesis, became crucial to the iconodule argument. Icons were not worshipped, they were venerated. The honor shown to an icon passed through the image to the prototype, to the actual holy figure depicted. Just as one might kiss a letter from a loved one without confusing the paper with the person, so one could venerate an icon without committing idolatry. The iconodules also emphasized tradition. Icons had been part of Christian worship for centuries. Church fathers had written in defense of images. To suddenly declare them heretical was to break with tradition, to claim that the Church had been wrong for hundreds of years. Such arrogance seemed more dangerous than any theological risk posed by icons themselves. Emperor Leo III and his son Constantine V, who succeeded him in 741, pursued iconoclasm with varying degrees of intensity. Icons were removed from churches and public spaces. Some were destroyed outright, burned or smashed. Others were painted over with simple crosses or geometric patterns, or with images of trees and birds, anything except human figures. Imagine entering a church you had known all your life, a place where every wall and column displayed images of Christ and the saints, where the iconostases glowed with gold and color. Now the walls stretch bare and white, or show only simple decorative patterns. The iconostasis holds no faces, only crosses. The intimate connection you felt with the holy figures has been severed. You stand in a space that feels emptied, hollowed out, almost alien despite its familiarity. The iconoclast emperors justified their actions as religious reform, as returning Christianity to purer practices. But their motivations likely included political calculations as well. The veneration of icons had become closely associated with monasteries, which had grown enormously wealthy and influential. Monks served as the primary producers and promoters of icons. Attacking icons meant attacking monastic power, bringing the monasteries under greater imperial control, potentially confiscating some of their wealth. Constantine V proved particularly harsh toward monks who resisted iconoclasm. Monasteries were closed, their property seized. Monks were forced to marry in violation of their vows or to leave monastic life entirely. Some were tortured or executed. The emperor held a church council in 754 that formally condemned icon veneration and declared anyone who made or venerated icons to be anathema, cursed and excluded from Christian fellowship. Yet iconoclasm never achieved universal acceptance, even when backed by imperial power. Large segments of the population, particularly in the provinces and among the common people, continued to cherish icons and to resent their removal. In remote areas, beyond the easy reach of imperial authority, icons were hidden rather than destroyed, waiting for better times. Women played a notable role in resisting iconoclasm. The incident at the Chalky Gate was only the first of many instances where women publicly defended icons. This may reflect the particular importance of icons in domestic piety, in the prayers and rituals of family life that women typically organized. It may also suggest that women felt freer to resist imperial policy in this area, that religious conviction trumped political obedience. Monks and nuns formed the backbone of organized resistance. They argued theology with imperial officials, refusing to accept the iconoclast position. They copied and preserved iconodule texts. Some became martyrs, tortured and killed for their refusal to renounce icons. Stories of these martyrdoms circulated widely, creating heroes of resistance and undermining the iconoclast emperor's legitimacy. In the provinces beyond imperial control, particularly in Italy and the West, iconoclasm was rejected outright. The Pope condemned iconoclasm, defending icons as legitimate aids to worship. This theological disagreement exacerbated the growing division between the Greek East and Latin West, contributing to the eventual schism of 1054. The tide began to turn against iconoclasm through the influence of empresses who supported icons. When Constantine V died in 775, his son Leo IV succeeded him, but Leo died after only 5 years. His widow, Irene, became regent for their young son, Constantine VI. Irene favored icons, though she moved cautiously at first, knowing that the army and much of the bureaucracy remained iconoclast. She appointed iconodule sympathizers to key positions, gradually shifting the balance of power. In 787, she convened the Seventh Ecumenical Council at Nicaea, which formally restored the veneration of icons and condemned iconoclasm as heresy. The council's reasoning drew heavily on the theological arguments developed by iconodules during the decades of controversy. It affirmed the distinction between worship and veneration, defended the incarnational theology that justified depicting Christ, and emphasized the weight of tradition. Icons were returned to churches. Monks emerged from persecution. For a time, it seemed the controversy had ended, but iconoclasm returned under Emperor Leo V in 815. The empire had suffered military defeats against the Bulgars, and Leo attributed these losses to God's displeasure with the restoration of icons. The cycle repeated: icons removed, iconodules persecuted, resistance organized. This second period of iconoclasm lasted until 843, when another empress regent, Theodora, ruling for her young son Michael III, definitively restored icons. The restoration of 843 is still celebrated in the Orthodox Church as the Feast of Orthodoxy, observed on the first Sunday of Great Lent. It commemorates not just the end of iconoclasm, but the triumph of what became understood as authentic Orthodox theology and practice. The iconoclast periods resulted in incalculable artistic losses. Centuries of Byzantine art, mosaics, frescoes, panel icons, illuminated manuscripts were destroyed systematically. Many of the earliest images of Christian iconography, works that would provide invaluable evidence for understanding the development of Christian art, were smashed or burned. What survived often did so by accident. Icons hidden in remote monasteries, mosaics in churches that escaped attention, manuscripts preserved in regions beyond iconoclast control. The artistic heritage of early Byzantine Christianity exists for us now only in fragments, shadows of what once existed. The iconoclasts did produce their own art, but it followed restricted forms. Churches were decorated with crosses, geometric patterns, vegetative motifs, images of secular nature. Some of this work achieved genuine beauty, its abstract forms creating meditative spaces. But it lacked the narrative power of figural art, the ability to tell stories and embody theological truths in visual form. When icons were restored, Byzantine art experienced a renaissance. Artists looked back to pre-iconoclast models, recreating lost works, establishing conventions that would guide Orthodox iconography for centuries to come. The style that emerged, formal, hieratic, emphasizing spiritual rather than physical reality, became definitive for Eastern Christian art. The iconoclasm controversy revealed deep tensions within Byzantine society about the nature of authority and the relationship between church and state. The iconoclast emperors claimed the right to define theological truth, to determine correct Christian practice. They saw themselves as priest-kings, responsible for their subjects' spiritual welfare as much as their physical security. The iconodules resisted this claim, asserting that theological matters should be decided by the church through councils, not by imperial fiat. Emperors might be powerful, might be chosen by God, but they were not theologians, not qualified to overturn centuries of tradition on their own authority. This tension between imperial and ecclesiastical authority never fully resolved in Byzantium. The emperor remained the most powerful figure, capable of appointing patriarchs, influencing theological debates, intervening in church affairs. But the church maintained its own claims to authority, its own institutional identity, its own capacity to resist imperial policies it deemed harmful to the faith. The controversy also reflected broader cultural and social conflicts. Iconoclasm appealed particularly to elements of the military and bureaucracy, to those focused on imperial efficiency and suspicious of monastic wealth and influence. Iconodulism found support among monks, among ordinary believers attached to traditional practices, among those who valued mystical and aesthetic dimensions of Christianity over austere rationalism. The resolution of the iconoclasm controversy shaped Orthodox Christianity profoundly. Icons became not merely permitted, but theologically central. The Feast of Orthodoxy celebrates their restoration, making icon veneration a defining marker of Orthodox identity. To be Orthodox is, in part, to venerate icons, to embrace this particular understanding of how the material world can bear divine presence. The theology developed to defend icons influenced other areas of Orthodox thought. The emphasis on the incarnation, on God's entry into material reality, shaped Orthodox understanding of sacraments, of the church, of creation itself. The material world was not simply fallen or corrupt, it could be transfigured, made capable of bearing grace. Orthodox churches to this day reflect the iconophile victory. Icons cover the iconostasis in elaborate tiers, depicting Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and feast days. Icons adorn walls, stands, and special shrines. Worshippers kiss icons upon entering and leaving the church. Processions carry icons through streets. Icons remain present in homes, in businesses, in vehicles, small reminders of the sacred, portable connections to the divine. The controversy also established important principles about theological development. Change, when it came, had to demonstrate continuity with tradition. Innovation was suspect. Restoration was praised. This conservative instinct shaped Orthodox Christianity's subsequent history, creating a church that values stability, that resists rapid adaptation, that seeks to preserve ancient forms even as the world transforms around it. Consider what this century-long controversy reveals about the Byzantine world. Here was an empire that could debate theology with passionate intensity, that could tear itself apart over the proper way to depict Christ, that could produce sophisticated arguments about the nature of images and the incarnation. This was not a simple or primitive society. It possessed intellectual depth, theological sophistication, and a conviction that such questions mattered profoundly. The iconoclasm controversy also demonstrates how religion and politics intertwined in ways that defy simple categorization. Was this primarily a theological dispute or a political power struggle? The answer is both, inseparably. Emperors pursued iconoclasm for religious reasons, but also to consolidate power. Monks defended icons from theological conviction, but also to protect their institutional interests. The common people resisted iconoclasm out of genuine piety, but also out of attachment to familiar practices and suspicion of imperial overreach. And through all the debates and persecutions, through the destruction and restoration, ordinary life continued. People still woke to church bells, still fetched water from fountains, still worked at their trades. Whether icons adorned the churches or whitewash covered the walls, the rhythms of daily existence persisted. Emperors and theologians argued over images while bakers baked bread and weavers worked their looms. Yet the controversy touched these ordinary lives too. A woman entering her parish church found either the familiar icons or their disturbing absence. A craftsman who had painted icons now had to find other work or face persecution. A child grew up with or without the images that previous generations had known, inheriting a different religious landscape. History operates at multiple scales simultaneously. The grand movements of theology and politics, and the intimate experiences of individuals navigating their world. The iconoclasm controversy demonstrates both dimensions, the sweep of imperial policy and the texture of personal faith, the destruction of artistic treasures, and the quiet resistance of believers who hid icons rather than surrender them. We have explored the hardships of common life in 12th century Constantinople. We have witnessed the catastrophe of 1204, when Crusaders betrayed their vows and sacked the greatest Christian city. We have traced the theological controversy over icons that divided the empire for generations. Now we turn toward a different vision of Byzantine Constantinople, the world of the imperial court, of palace splendor, of elaborate ceremonies and silk-robed officials. We move from the crowded workshops and narrow streets to the great palace complex that sprawled across acres overlooking the Sea of Marmara, where emperors ruled in a setting of orchestrated magnificence designed to awe visitors and manifest divine authority on earth. Let us enter those golden halls, walk those marble corridors, witness the spectacle of Byzantine imperial power at its height. We have walked the narrow streets of common Constantinople, experienced the trauma of invasion, contemplated theological controversy. Now we ascend, both literally and metaphorically, to a world that existed simultaneously with that of the common people, yet remained almost incomprehensibly distant from it. The great palace of Constantinople, a realm of marble and gold, of whispered intrigue and thunderous ceremony, where emperors ruled as God's representatives on earth. The palace complex occupied the southeastern promontory of the city, sprawling across acres of prime land overlooking the Sea of Marmara. It was not a single building, but a vast collection of halls, pavilions, churches, barracks, gardens, and administrative buildings accumulated over centuries as successive emperors added to the complex. To enter this world was to enter a different reality, governed by different rules, animated by different purposes than the daily struggle for survival that defined life in the city beyond its walls. Let us move slowly through these spaces, observing the details, the textures, the careful choreography of power made visible. The main approach to the palace began at the Chalk Gate, that same entrance where the icon of Christ had once sparked riots during the iconoclasm controversy. The gate itself served as a statement of imperial power, a massive bronze door, elaborately decorated, flanked by guards in ceremonial armor. To pass through it was to leave the ordinary city behind and enter a space sanctified by the emperor's presence. Beyond the gate, a series of courtyards and corridors led deeper into the complex. Each space filtered visitors, separating those with greater access from those with less. Guards checked credentials at multiple points. Officials examined documents, verified identities, determined who could proceed and who must wait or turn back. The palace's architecture embodied hierarchy, making physical the social distances that structured Byzantine society. The outer precincts housed administrative offices, where the empire's vast bureaucracy conducted its daily work. Scribes copied documents in scriptoria, their pens scratching across parchment, recording land transfers, tax assessments, legal judgments, diplomatic correspondence. Clerks maintained archives in rooms lined with shelves holding centuries of accumulated records. Accountants calculated revenues and expenditures, tracking the flow of wealth that sustained the imperial system. These officials, many of them eunuchs, castrated men who could never threaten the imperial succession, formed the empire's permanent government. Emperors came and went, some reigning for decades, others for mere months, but the bureaucracy persisted. It possessed institutional memory, procedural knowledge, the capacity to keep the empire functioning through political turbulence. A new emperor might issue grand pronouncements, but the clerks and officials determined how and whether those pronouncements would actually be implemented. Interspersed among the palace buildings lay gardens that provided both beauty and respite from the intensity of court life. These were not wild spaces, but carefully cultivated landscapes. Fountains playing in marble basins, paths winding between flower beds, trees offering shade, exotic plants imported from across the empire displayed in ornamental arrangements. Pavilions dotted these gardens, elegant structures where the emperor and his court could withdraw for more intimate gatherings. Some pavilions overlooked the sea, offering views across the Marmara toward Asia. Others faced inland, toward the hippodrome and the city. The emperor might hold informal audiences in these spaces, might consult with advisors away from the formality of the throne room, might simply seek a moment of peace in a life otherwise consumed by ceremony and obligation. The gardens also served diplomatic purposes. Foreign ambassadors waiting for formal audiences might be given tours of the gardens as a subtle demonstration of imperial wealth and sophistication. The message was clear. Constantinople possessed not only military might, but also cultural refinement, the leisure and resources to create beauty for its own sake. Water features throughout the palace complex demonstrated engineering prowess. Fountains drew from the same aqueduct system that supplied the city. Some fountains incorporated mechanical elements, bronze birds that sang, animals that spouted water at intervals, moving figures that delighted viewers with their ingenuity. These devices combined aesthetics with technology, entertainment with a demonstration of Byzantine technical achievement. At the heart of the palace complex stood the Chrysotriklinos, the Golden Hall, the throne room where the emperor received formal visitors and held the most important ceremonies. To enter this space was to experience Byzantine imperial ideology made manifest in architecture and decoration. The hall took its name from its golden mosaics, which covered the walls and ceiling in gleaming splendor. These mosaics depicted Christ in heaven, surrounded by angels and saints, with the emperor shown in a position of honor, emphasizing his role as God's earthly representative. The message was theological as much as political. The emperor ruled by divine mandate, and to oppose him was to oppose the cosmic order itself. The throne itself stood on a raised platform, approached by steps that required visitors to ascend, quite literally, to the emperor's presence. The throne was not a simple chair, but an elaborate construction of gold, silver, and precious stones, designed to inspire awe. Contemporary accounts describe mechanical elements, golden lions flanking the throne that roared through hidden pipes, golden birds in golden trees that sang mechanically, the throne itself that could be raised toward the ceiling through some kind of hydraulic or pulley system. Whether these descriptions reflect reality or exaggeration remains debated, but their purpose is clear. The throne room aimed to overwhelm visitors, to make them feel they had entered a space beyond normal human experience, somewhere between earth and heaven. Foreign ambassadors approaching the emperor for the first time were meant to be intimidated, to understand viscerally the power and grandeur of the empire they faced. The ceremonial involved in throne room audiences followed elaborate protocols, refined over centuries. Visitors prostrated themselves before the emperor, the act of proskynesis, falling face down on the floor. They were lifted by palace officials, brought forward through prescribed steps, permitted to speak only when addressed, required to retreat backward so as never to turn their back on the emperor. Every gesture carried meaning. Every position reinforced hierarchy. Byzantine court ceremony reached levels of complexity unknown in contemporary Western Europe. The Book of Ceremonies, compiled under Emperor Constantine VII in the 10th century, runs to hundreds of pages, detailing the proper conduct of different imperial occasions: coronations, weddings, funerals, religious festivals, military triumphs, diplomatic receptions. These ceremonies served multiple purposes. They manifested imperial power, making abstract authority visible and tangible. They provided predictability and order in a world often characterized by chaos. They connected the present emperor to the long line of his predecessors, emphasizing continuity and legitimacy. They occupied courtiers' time and attention, channeling ambition into competition over precedence and honor rather than rebellion. A typical major ceremony might unfold over hours. The emperor would process from his private chambers through the palace, accompanied by officials in strict order of precedence. Each person wore specified garments, held specified objects, walked in a specified position. Choirs sang hymns at prescribed moments. Incense billowed from censers carried by deacons. Guards in ceremonial armor lined the route, their polished equipment gleaming. The emperor himself appeared in silks so heavily embroidered with gold thread that they could barely bend, weighted down with jewelry, crowns, pectorals, rings, bracelets, each piece an heirloom passed through generations. His face remained impassive, betraying no emotion, maintaining the superhuman dignity expected of his office. He moved slowly, deliberately, each gesture controlled and meaningful. Observing such ceremonies could be exhausting. Standing for hours, maintaining rigid attention, executing complex protocols, this was the daily work of high-ranking courtiers. Yet they competed fiercely for positions closer to the emperor, for more prominent roles in ceremonies, because proximity to imperial power meant access to favor, patronage, and wealth. The Byzantine palace employed hundreds of eunuchs in roles ranging from personal servants to high officials. Eunuchs occupied a unique social position, neither fully male nor female in Byzantine thinking, freed from family ambitions by their inability to father children, theoretically loyal only to the emperor who employed them. Many eunuchs came to the palace as boys, castrated either by their families hoping to secure their advancement or captured in war and enslaved. The practice seems brutal to modern sensibilities, and it was, though Byzantine sources rarely dwell on the violence involved. For the boys who survived the procedure and succeeded at court, eunuch status offered opportunities otherwise unimaginable. A peasant's son might become the emperor's chief advisor, wielding power over nobles who would normally never acknowledge his existence. Eunuchs managed the emperor's private chambers, controlled access to his presence, handled his correspondence, supervised his finances. They served as ambassadors and military commanders. Some became enormously wealthy, building palaces of their own, patronizing churches and monasteries, commissioning works of art. The most successful eunuchs navigated court politics with sophisticated skill, building networks of clients and allies, surviving the fall of emperors they had served. Yet their position remained fundamentally precarious. They depended entirely on imperial favor. A new emperor might dismiss his predecessors' eunuch officials, confiscate their wealth, even execute them. eunuchs lacked families to avenge them or protect their interests. When they fell completely, their wealth reverting to the imperial treasury, their names forgotten or remembered only with contempt. The existence of a eunuch bureaucracy reflected Byzantine anxieties about loyalty and succession. Powerful families with marriageable daughters posed dynastic threats. A talented general might claim the throne himself. But eunuchs, unable to found dynasties, seemed safer servants. Whether this assumption reflected reality remains questionable. Eunuchs certainly engaged in palace coups and intrigues, but the system persisted for centuries. On the palace complex's southern edge, directly overlooking the Sea of Marmara, stood the Bucolion Palace, a later addition to the Great Palace complex. Its name derived from a sculptural group depicting a bull and a lion in combat, which adorned the harbour below. The Bucolion possessed its own private harbour, a small protected anchorage where imperial ships could dock directly at the palace. This harbour served both practical and symbolic purposes. Practically, it allowed the emperor to embark and disembark without passing through the public city, maintaining security and mystery. Symbolically, it connected the palace to the sea, to trade and naval power, to the empire's maritime dominions. The palace building itself featured reception halls and private chambers decorated with characteristic Byzantine luxury: marble columns, mosaic floors, silk hangings, windows of colored glass that cast prismatic light across interior spaces. The rooms here felt somewhat more intimate than the vast ceremonial halls elsewhere in the complex, though intimate remains relative when describing imperial architecture. The emperor might retreat to the Bucolion for privacy, such as privacy existed for someone perpetually surrounded by servants and guards. He might hold small dinner parties here, reclining on couches in the Roman fashion that persisted in Byzantium long after it had disappeared in the West. Such gatherings allowed for actual conversation rather than ceremony, for the exchange of information and opinion that formal audiences prohibited. From the Bucolion's terraces, one could watch ships passing through the Marmara, merchant vessels carrying goods from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean and vice versa. On clear days, the Asian shore appeared across the water, the hills of Anatolia rising in the distance. This view reminded the emperor that his capital, for all its grandeur, occupied a strategic position between continents, vulnerable if the seaways were ever cut. One of the palace's most remarkable features was its direct connection to the hippodrome. The imperial box, the kathisma, accessed from within the palace complex, allowed the emperor to attend races without passing through public streets. He could observe his subjects while remaining physically separated from them, visible but untouchable. The kathisma stood elevated above the hippodrome's track, decorated lavishly, shaded by a canopy. The emperor sat on a throne, surrounded by his court in descending orders of precedence. When he entered the box, the crowd rose and shouted acclamations, formal chants of praise that echoed through the enormous structure. The races could not begin until the emperor gave the signal, dropping a white cloth, the mappa, to start the competition. This arrangement made the hippodrome an extension of the palace, a venue where imperial power displayed itself to the populace. The emperor's presence at races served political purposes beyond entertainment. He demonstrated his accessibility, his participation in popular culture, his generosity in funding the games. The crowd's response, enthusiastic or subdued, hostile or supportive, provided information about public mood that could not be obtained elsewhere. Yet the connection worked both ways. The hippodrome gave Constantinople's population direct visual access to the emperor. They could see him, shout to him, petition him with grievances. Major riots often began in the hippodrome, where crowd energy reached critical mass and spilled over into violence. Emperors watched the races with some nervousness, aware that the celebrating crowd might, under certain circumstances, become a murderous mob. Foreign ambassadors arriving in Constantinople encountered the palace as an instrument of diplomacy, carefully designed to impress and intimidate. The Byzantines refined diplomatic ceremony into high art, using architecture, costume, protocol, and calculated display to shape how outsiders perceived the empire. An ambassador's journey from the city gate to the palace itself constituted the first stage of this process. He would be met by mid-ranking officials and conducted through carefully chosen routes that showcased the city's size and wealth. The route might pass through busy markets, past impressive churches, along streets lined with spectators whose presence suggested vast population. The message was clear before the ambassador ever reached the palace. Constantinople was huge, wealthy, populous, powerful. Upon reaching the palace, the ambassador entered the filtering system described earlier, passing through courtyards and waiting rooms of increasing splendor. He might wait days before being granted an audience. The delay both practical, the emperor had many obligations, and calculated building anticipation, reinforcing the hierarchy between supplicant and power. The audience itself followed strict protocol. The ambassador would be instructed in proper behavior, how to approach, when to prostrate himself, how to speak, when to retreat. Interpreters facilitated communication, though many emperors understood more languages than they acknowledged, using feigned incomprehension as a diplomatic tool. The emperor typically remained largely silent during these audiences. High officials spoke on his behalf, questioning the ambassador, conveying imperial positions, negotiating details. The emperor's silence enhanced his mystique, made his occasional direct statements carry enormous weight. When he did speak, everyone listened with rapt attention, knowing that imperial words shaped policy. Gifts played crucial roles in diplomatic exchanges. Ambassadors brought tribute or presents from their rulers, exotic animals, rare textiles, precious objects, tokens of respect and alliance. The Byzantines gave gifts in return, but always gifts of greater value, establishing the giver's superior status. Byzantine silk, glassware, jewelry, and reliquaries spread across Europe and Asia, each item carrying the implicit message, "This is what Constantinople can produce. Imagine what else it possesses." Clothing in the Byzantine court communicated status with extraordinary precision. The color, quality, and decoration of one's garments announced one's rank as clearly as any title. Silk formed the foundation of this system, and the Byzantines carefully controlled silk production and distribution to maintain its power as a status marker. The emperor wore purple silk, not just any purple, but a specific shade called Tyrian purple, derived originally from sea snails. Purple silk garments belonged exclusively to the imperial family. For anyone else to wear such color constituted treason, an assumption of imperial dignity that challenged the emperor's unique position. High officials wore silk of other colors, the exact shades and patterns determined by their rank. Inspectors could identify a person's precise position in the court hierarchy simply by examining their clothing. This made imposture extremely difficult and reinforced social order visually. In a throne room filled with silk-robed officials, everyone knew immediately who outranked whom. The silk industry itself remained a state monopoly. The Byzantines had smuggled silkworm eggs from China centuries earlier, establishing silk production within the empire. The palace maintained its own silk workshops, where skilled weavers produced fabrics of extraordinary quality. The finest silks incorporated gold thread, were embroidered with pearls and precious stones, represented investments of months or years of labor. Foreign rulers coveted Byzantine silk. It featured prominently in diplomatic gifts, in trade, in the wardrobes of Western European nobles who could afford it. Charlemagne, crowned emperor in the West in 800, was buried in Byzantine silk, The Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad wore Byzantine silk. Silk became one of Byzantium's most effective tools of soft power, spreading imperial prestige far beyond the empire's military reach. Behind the ceremony and spectacle, the palace functioned as a working residence for the emperor and his family, and as a vast administrative complex. Daily life here followed rhythms different from those of the city beyond the walls, but rhythms nonetheless. The emperor rose early, attended by eunuch servants who helped him dress, brought him breakfast, briefed him on the day's schedule. He might begin with private prayers in one of the palace chapels, seeking divine guidance for his decisions. Then came audiences with officials, reviews of petitions, consultations with advisors, decisions on the countless matters that required imperial attention. The empress maintained her own quarters and her own court. She received her own petitioners, often women seeking intervention in legal disputes or pleas for mercy for condemned family members. She patronized churches and monasteries, commissioned religious artworks, involved herself in theological controversies, sometimes wielding considerable political influence. Some empresses served as regents for minor sons, ruling the empire in all but name. Others worked behind the scenes, influencing their husbands through pillow talk and strategic counsel. Children of the imperial family grew up in this rarefied atmosphere, educated by private tutors, trained in the ceremonies they would eventually perform, kept carefully separated from the common people, lest familiarity diminish their mystique. Sons prepared for possible succession, learning statecraft and military command. Daughters became diplomatic assets, married to foreign princes or promising generals to cement alliances. Meals in the palace ranged from elaborate formal banquets to simpler private dinners. Formal banquets featured multiple courses, exotic ingredients, elaborate presentation. Guests reclined on couches arranged in hierarchical order. Entertainment might include music, acrobatics, poetry, recitations. The emperor ate and drank sparingly at such events, maintaining his dignity, his movements watched by everyone present. The palace kitchens employed dozens of cooks, bakers, and servants. They prepared food for the imperial family, for resident officials, for guards and staff. The logistics of feeding thousands of people daily required sophisticated organization. Provisions arrived from imperial estates, from tax revenues paid in kind, from markets throughout the city. Specialized storage rooms held grain, wine, olive oil, dried fish, spices, everything needed to sustain the palace's enormous household. The most private space in the entire palace complex was the emperor's bedchamber, where he slept and conducted his most confidential consultations. Access to this room was severely restricted. Only the closest eunuch servants, perhaps the empress, occasionally a most trusted advisor. Even here, true privacy barely existed. Guards stationed themselves outside the doors. Servants waited in antechambers, ready to respond to any summons. The bedchamber's decoration reflected imperial status. The bed itself might be gilded, with silk hangings embroidered with imperial eagles. Icons adorned the walls, providing spiritual protection. A writing desk allowed the emperor to work on correspondence too sensitive to delegate. Personal treasures, books, small artworks, perhaps gifts from family members, added touches of humanity to what was otherwise a space of overwhelming formality. This was where the emperor could, for brief moments, cease performing his role and simply exist, where he could express doubt, fear, exhaustion without witnesses who might use such vulnerability against him, where he could pray without the public nature of chapel services, could weep without compromising his dignity. The enormous burden of being God's representative on earth, of bearing responsibility for the empire's welfare, of navigating endless intrigues, all this could be briefly set aside in the privacy of the bedchamber. Yet even sleep brought little respite. Emperors faced assassination attempts, palace coups that struck in the night. Some emperors died in their beds, murdered by conspirators who bypassed guards and struck in darkness. Others woke to find their guards had been suborned, their servants turned traitor. Paranoia came with the purple. Trust was a luxury emperors could rarely afford. The view from power. From the palace terraces, especially those of the Bucolion, the emperor could see his capital spread below and beyond. The vista encompassed the hippodrome, the great churches, the crowded residential districts, the harbors busy with shipping, the walls encircling everything, the waters of the Marmara and the Bosphorus defining the city's strategic position. It was a view that could inspire pride or anxiety depending on circumstances. In times of prosperity, the sight of bustling markets and busy harbors confirmed the empire's health. In times of crisis, plague, famine, military defeat, civil unrest, the same view revealed vulnerability. The emperor might see smoke from fires, empty streets during plague outbreaks, enemy ships blockading the harbors, evidence that imperial power had limits. The contrast between the palace's luxury and the city's poverty was not lost on thoughtful emperors. They could see the slums, the crowded tenements, the districts where ordinary people struggled for survival. Some emperors genuinely sought to alleviate such suffering through public works, grain distributions, legal reforms. Others treated the common people as abstractions, numbers in tax records, potential soldiers for the army, bodies to fill the hippodrome during ceremonies. The distance between palace and city remained profound. An emperor might rule for decades without ever walking through common neighborhoods, without ever experiencing the daily realities of his subjects' lives. He inhabited a bubble of ceremony and silk, of marble and gold, connected to the wider world through reports and petitions, but fundamentally isolated from it. The palace hummed with conspiracy. Ambitious officials plotted advancement, rival factions competed for influence, family members schemed against each other. Generals stationed far away communicated with sympathizers at court, building networks for potential coups. The empress might work to promote her son over the emperor's nephew. Eunuch officials might ally with military commanders against civilian bureaucrats. Information became currency. Knowing what others planned, what the emperor intended, what foreign ambassadors had said in supposedly private meetings, such knowledge could be parlayed into power. Spies proliferated throughout the palace, servants who reported to various masters, officials who leaked information in exchange for favors, guards who observed and remembered. The atmosphere could become suffocating, everyone watching everyone else, trust impossible, every statement potentially reported and analyzed for hidden meaning. Paranoia flourished naturally in such an environment. Even innocent actions might be interpreted as suspicious. Accepting a gift from the wrong person could compromise one's position. Appearing too friendly with a rival faction could prove dangerous. Palace coups struck with sudden violence, shattering the palace's ceremonial calm. Guards would burst into the emperor's chambers, blood would stain marble floors. A new emperor would be proclaimed, usually a general or prominent official who had built sufficient support. The previous emperor and his close family might be executed, blinded, exiled, or forced into monastic life. The cycle would begin again with a new ruler and a new set of conspirators planning their own eventual moves. Being emperor meant living within this pressure cooker, perpetually aware that one's power depended on delicate balances of force and legitimacy. An emperor who lost military support might find generals refusing orders. An emperor who alienated the church might face religious opposition that undermined his authority. An emperor who overtaxed his subjects might spark riots. An emperor who appeared weak invited challenges. Yet the rewards of power were immense. The emperor controlled vast wealth, could elevate favorites to high positions, could wage wars or make peace, could shape the empire's religious and cultural direction. For those ambitious enough and ruthless enough, for those who believed they possessed the wisdom to rule, the risks seemed worth taking. Some emperors bore the burden with apparent ease, ruling for decades with skill and success. Others crumbled under the pressure, making poor decisions, trusting the wrong people, failing to recognize threats until too late. A few proved genuinely noble, seeking to serve their subjects, reforming abuses, defending the empire with courage and wisdom. More were mediocre, simply trying to survive, making compromises, avoiding risks. Some were monstrous, using their power to gratify cruelty and greed. But whether they were wise or foolish, noble or corrupt, they all occupied the same isolated, elevated position. They all performed the same ceremonies, wore the same purple silk, sat on the same golden throne. They all looked out from palace terraces at the city they ruled but could never truly know. They all faced the same paradox, absolute power that was, in practice, constrained by 1,000 limitations, isolated by ceremony, threatened by conspiracy, dependent on the loyalty of subjects who might at any moment withdraw their support. We have completed a circle of sorts. We began in the workshops and narrow streets, experiencing Constantinople from the perspective of common people whose lives were defined by daily labor, by the struggle for basic necessities, by fires and factions and religious processions. We witnessed catastrophe in 1204, when the city's seeming permanence shattered. We explored theological controversy that divided the empire. And now we have walked the palace halls, seen power from the perspective of those who wielded it, understood the ceremonies and hierarchies that structured life at the top of Byzantine society. The contrast reveals something essential about medieval civilization. The same city contained both worlds, the workshop and the golden hall, the water carrier and the silk-robed official, the struggle for bread, and the elaborate diplomatic theater. These worlds coexisted, influencing each other, sometimes colliding, but remaining fundamentally separate. A common person might glimpse the emperor processing to church or arriving at the hippodrome, but that glimpse represented the closest they would ever come to his world. An emperor might, from his terrace, see the common districts spread below, but that view captured nothing of the texture of lives lived there. Yet both worlds were equally real, equally important to Constantinople's functioning. The empire needed the workers who produced food and cloth and goods. It needed the tax revenue they generated. It needed their sons for the army, their daughters for the textile workshops. And the common people, however much they might resent taxation or suffer under bad government, benefited from the order that imperial power imposed, from the walls that protected them, from the trade networks that supplied the markets, from the churches that offered spiritual comfort. Constantinople worked because of this interdependence, however unequal and exploitative it might appear. The city's greatness derived not only from its strategic position or its architectural marvels, but from the complex social organism it had become, the intricate web of relationships and transactions that allowed hundreds of thousands of people to live together in a space that would have been uninhabitable without sophisticated organization. You are born in a village somewhere in rural Japan, perhaps in the plains of the Kanto region, perhaps in a valley in the mountains of Honshu. The village consists of perhaps 40 households, maybe 60, clustered along a road or gathered around a central square. These thatched roof houses have sheltered the same families for generations. Your family has lived in this particular house, on this particular plot of land, for longer than anyone can remember. The house itself rises from a foundation of stones and packed earth. Its frame consists of wooden posts and beams, fitted together with careful joinery. The walls are a mixture of bamboo lattice and mud plaster, offering some protection from wind, but little from cold. The roof, steeply pitched to shed rain and snow, is thatched with rice straw that must be replaced every few years. It requires the entire village's cooperation to re-thatch a roof, everyone working together, knowing that next year they might need the same help for their own homes. Inside, the space divides simply. A packed earth floor near the entrance serves as a work area and storage. A raised wooden platform, covered with woven straw mats, tatami, provides living space. The house contains perhaps 2 rooms, maybe 3 if your family is fortunate. Privacy is minimal. At night, the family sleeps together in one room, separated only by thin screens or curtains. The hearth forms the center of domestic life, an open fire pit in the floor where cooking happens, where the family gathers on cold evenings for warmth. Smoke rises toward the ceiling and filters out through the thatch, blackening the rafters over years, filling the house with the smell of wood smoke that becomes inseparable from the idea of home. You possess few belongings, some cooking pots and utensils, bedding that rolls up during the day, thin mattresses and quilts, never quite enough to keep out the winter cold. A few changes of clothing, all made from hemp or cotton, never silk, which the law reserves for higher classes. Agricultural tools that are carefully maintained because replacing them is expensive. Perhaps a few small personal items, a carved toy from childhood, a comb, a small mirror. Your place in this village is fixed by law. The Tokugawa shogunate has organized society into 4 classes: shinokosho, samurai, farmers, artisans, merchants. In theory, farmers rank second, honored for producing food, the foundation of civilization. In practice, this honored status means little. You cannot leave the village without permission. You cannot change your occupation. You cannot move to a town or city. You are bound to this land, to this village, to this life of agricultural labor that will continue until you die and pass the obligation to your children. Rice defines existence. The cultivation cycle structures the year, determines when you wake and sleep, eat and rest, work until exhaustion, or find brief respite. Rice growing demands constant attention, an intricate sequence of tasks that must be performed at the right times or the harvest fails, and failure means hunger, perhaps starvation. The cycle begins in early spring. The rice seeds, carefully saved from last year's harvest, must be planted in seed beds, small protected areas where the young plants can germinate. You prepare these beds by flooding them with water, working the mud with hoes and rakes until it reaches the right consistency. The seeds are scattered across the surface, covered lightly, left to sprout in the cold water. While the seeds germinate, you prepare the main paddies. These fields, carefully leveled and surrounded by low earthen walls, must be plowed. In wealthier regions, a family might own or share an ox or horse for plowing. More often, you do this work by hand, using a heavy wooden plow that you pull yourself or push through the thick mud, your feet sinking deep with each step, your back bent, your hands gripping the rough wood until blisters form and burst and callous over. The paddies must be flooded to the correct depth. A few inches of standing water that maintains the right temperature, suppresses weeds, provides the environment where rice thrives. Managing water becomes a constant preoccupation. If the paddies are too deep, the young plants drown. Too shallow and they dry out or weeds take over. You monitor the water level daily, adjusting the flow from irrigation channels, repairing breaks in the paddy walls, negotiating with neighbors over water rights that can spark bitter disputes. When the seedlings in the seed beds reach the right size, perhaps 6 inches tall, strong enough to survive transplanting, the planting begins. This work happens in late spring or early summer, when rain is frequent and the paddies are flooded. The entire family participates. You pull the seedlings from the seed beds, bundle them, carry them to the main paddies. Then comes the transplanting itself. Standing bent over in the cold water, taking individual seedlings, pushing them into the mud in straight rows, spacing them precisely. This work continues for hours, for days, until every paddy is planted. Your back aches constantly. Your hands, perpetually wet, become wrinkled and raw. Your feet, in the cold water for so long, go numb. But this is only the beginning. Through the summer, the rice must be tended, the paddies must be weeded, pulled by hand, hours spent bent over in the water, removing anything that competes with the rice. The water level must be monitored and adjusted. The paddy walls must be maintained. Birds and insects that threaten the crop must be frightened away. Children and elderly family members help with this work, standing in the paddies with clappers and noisemakers, shouting to drive off flocks of birds that descend to eat the developing grain. Summer in rural Japan brings heat and humidity that make every task more exhausting. The sun beats down on the paddies, reflecting off the water, offering no shade. You wear a broad straw hat, a thin cotton garment soaked with sweat. The humidity makes the air feel thick, difficult to breathe. The work continues regardless. Rice cultivation permits no rest during the growing season. Beyond the rice paddies, other work demands attention. Vegetable gardens must be tended: daikon radish, turnips, eggplant, cucumbers, beans. These vegetables supplement the rice that forms the foundation of your diet. The gardens require hoeing, watering, weeding, protecting from insects and animals. Every task must be done by hand, with simple tools, through the application of human labor that seems never enough. Silkworms might be raised if your region specializes in sericulture. The mulberry trees, whose leaves feed the worms, must be pruned and maintained. The worms themselves require constant attention, feeding, cleaning, monitoring through their growth cycle until they spin their cocoons. The cocoons are then harvested and sold, providing cash income that helps pay the taxes that hang over everything like a constant weight. Firewood must be gathered from the mountainsides, enough to last through the cooking needs of summer and the heating needs of winter. This means climbing into the forests, cutting dead wood, hauling it back down the mountain in bundles on your back. The work is hard, but necessary. Running out of firewood in winter could mean death. Clothing and equipment must be maintained. Garments are mended again and again, patched until they consist more of patches than original fabric. Nothing is discarded until it is completely beyond use. Tools are sharpened, repaired, treated with careful respect because they represent significant investment. A broken tool cannot simply be replaced. It might need to be taken to the nearest town for repair, involving permission to travel, time away from work, expense the family can ill afford. The summer rains come in heavy downpours that turn roads to mud, swell rivers to dangerous levels, sometimes flood paddies beyond the careful levels farmers maintain. Landslides are a constant danger in mountainous regions. You've seen it happen. A hillside suddenly giving way after days of rain, burying houses, killing families. There is nothing to be done except dig out the survivors, if any exist, bury the dead, and rebuild. By late summer, the rice plants have grown tall, their stems heavy with developing grain. The paddies, which were emerald green in early summer, have turned to gold. The harvest approaches, the culmination of months of work, the moment when the year's survival is determined. The harvest begins when the village headman declares the rice ready. This timing is crucial. Too early, and the grain hasn't fully matured. Too late, and autumn rains might damage the crop, or birds consume too much. The entire village mobilizes. Every person who can work participates. First, the paddies must be drained, the water released through carefully controlled channels. The ground must dry enough to walk on without sinking into deep mud. Then, the cutting begins. Using sickles, you move through the paddies, cutting the rice stalks near the base, gathering them into bundles. This work requires speed. The weather is unpredictable, and rain can ruin cut rice lying in the fields. The bundles of rice are carried to drying areas, where they are hung on wooden racks or spread on mats. They must dry thoroughly before threshing. In good weather, this takes a week or more. In bad weather, it takes longer, and partially dried rice might mold, becoming worthless. Threshing separates the grain from the stalk. The traditional method involves beating the rice bundles against a wooden frame or toothed board, allowing the grains to fall free. Hour after hour of repetitive motion, the rhythmic thump of rice against wood, grain slowly accumulating in baskets. The work raises dust that gets into your nose, your throat, your lungs. You cough, but you cannot stop. The harvest must be completed before winter. The grain must then be hulled, the outer husk removed to produce the white rice that people eat. This work happens in a mortar, pounding the grain with a heavy wooden pestle. The motion requires strength and rhythm. Often this work is done by women and children, while men perform heavier tasks. The pounding sound echoes through the village, a communal rhythm of survival. And then comes the moment of truth, the measurement and the taxation. Officials from the domain arrive to assess the harvest. They measure the rice carefully, calculating what is owed to the lord. The tax rate varies by region and period, but it typically claims between 40% and 50% of the harvest, sometimes more. Imagine this moment. You have worked for an entire year. Every member of your family has contributed labor. You have endured the cold of spring planting, the heat of summer weeding, the stress of harvest. You have produced perhaps 30 or 40 koku of rice, each koku being roughly 5 bushels. The officials measure it, make their calculations, and take 20 koku, more than half your annual labor carried away in carts to the Lord's warehouses. What remains must feed your family for the entire year, provide seed rice for next year's planting, and leave something to sell for the cash needed to pay other obligations. The calculation is always tight. In good years, it works. In bad years, when the harvest is poor, the math becomes desperate. The rice that remains after taxation determines your diet for the year, but you cannot eat pure white rice. That luxury is reserved for samurai and wealthy townspeople. Instead, you mix the rice with cheaper grains, millet, barley, buckwheat. The resulting mixture is less satisfying, less nutritious, but it stretches the rice further, makes it last longer. A typical meal might consist of a bowl of this mixed grain, perhaps some pickled vegetables, daikon radish pickled in rice bran, cucumbers in salt, turnips in vinegar, a soup made from miso paste and water, perhaps with some wild greens or seaweed if you live near the coast, tofu occasionally if you can afford it. Eggs rarely, from chickens kept for this purpose. Meat is almost absent from your diet. Buddhist teachings discourage killing animals, and practical economics reinforce this. Animals that provide labor, oxen and horses, are far too valuable to slaughter. Wild game exists in the mountains, but hunting requires time you cannot spare from farming, and game belongs to the Lord anyway. Fish provides the most common source of protein if you live near water, but inland villages see fish only dried and salted, expensive and used sparingly as flavoring rather than main dishes. The diet is sufficient to maintain life and labor, but barely. You feel hunger as a constant low-grade sensation, not the acute hunger of starvation, but a persistent awareness that you could eat more if there were more to eat. Feeling truly full is a rare experience, reserved for festival days when special foods appear, when sake flows a bit more freely, when the ordinary restrictions of scarcity relax slightly. Children grow up smaller than they might with better nutrition. Old people, their teeth worn down from eating millet and poorly milled rice, struggle to chew. Deficiency diseases affect many. Beriberi from insufficient vitamin B, various ailments from lack of protein. Life expectancy is perhaps 40 years, maybe less. Many children die before reaching adulthood. Women die in childbirth at rates that make pregnancy dangerous. The elderly who survive into their 60s or 70s are respected for having endured so long. Winter brings a different set of challenges. The rice crop is harvested, threshed and stored. The paddies lie empty, frozen if the cold is severe. The main agricultural work pauses, but survival work continues. Your house, with its thin walls and drafty construction, provides minimal protection from the cold. The hearth fire helps, but it heats only the immediate area around it. At night, the family gathers close together for warmth, piling on every available quilt and blanket, sometimes layering straw over the bedding for additional insulation. Still, you wake to frost on the inside walls, to water frozen in containers, to breath visible in the frigid air. Clothing offers some protection. Multiple layers of cotton or hemp garments wrapped tightly, straw sandals with additional straw wrapped around the feet for insulation. But these are poor defenses against truly bitter cold. Your hands develop chilblains, swollen and painful. Your feet ache from the cold that seeps through insufficient footwear. The winter diet becomes even more restricted. The fresh vegetables of summer are long gone. You rely on pickled and preserved foods, on the stored grains, on whatever wild plants can be foraged even in winter. The mountains provide some resources: edible plants, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, if you know where to look and have the energy to climb the frozen slopes. Some farmers engage in cottage industries during winter to earn cash. Weaving cloth, making straw goods, rope, baskets, sandals, mats. This work happens indoors, by the fire, hands moving through familiar motions while snow falls outside. The products are sold to traveling merchants or taken to market, converted into coins that help pay obligations or buy necessities. But winter is also when the margin between survival and disaster becomes most apparent. A house fire in winter can kill a family before they escape. Deep snow can isolate villages for weeks, cutting them off from any assistance. Food supplies that seemed adequate in autumn might prove insufficient by late winter. Spring, when it finally comes, is welcomed with desperate relief. The prohibitions and their weight. The law presses down on every aspect of life, prescribing and prohibiting with meticulous detail. As a farmer, you are forbidden many things that others enjoy. You cannot wear silk. The law reserves it for samurai and wealthy merchants. Your clothing must be cotton or hemp, undyed or dyed only in certain subdued colors. Even the way you tie your hair is regulated. You cannot carry weapons. Swords belong to the samurai class exclusively. This prohibition, established early in the Edo period through a series of sword hunts, disarmed the peasantry, ensuring that only samurai could claim the right to violence. You might own agricultural tools that could serve as weapons: sickles, axes, heavy staffs, but these cannot be carried openly as weapons or used in that capacity without inviting severe punishment. You cannot travel freely. Leaving your village requires permission from the village headman, who must record your departure and expected return. Moving to another village or domain is essentially impossible without extraordinary circumstances. The Tokugawa shogunate enforced this immobility deliberately, keeping the population fixed in place, preventing the formation of rootless populations that might threaten order. Checkpoints on major roads enforce travel restrictions. Guards check documents, question travelers, turn back those without proper authorization. The most heavily guarded checkpoints control access to Edo, the shogun's capital, particularly watching for outgoing women and incoming guns. Women traveling from Edo might be daimyo wives escaping from the hostage system, and guns might equip rebellions. Your marriage requires approval from the village authorities. Your choice of spouse is limited to your village or nearby villages, and the match must be appropriate to your status. Marrying above your station is forbidden. The system perpetuates itself through generations, each person's position determined by birth and fixed for life. Even your house is regulated. You cannot build above a certain size. You cannot use certain materials or architectural features reserved for higher classes. Inspections enforce these rules, and violations bring punishment. Fines if you're fortunate. Worse if officials decide to make an example. The village hierarchy and surveillance. Within the village itself, a hierarchy maintains order and enforces obligations. The headman, the nanushi or shoya, serves as the link between the village and the domain's authorities. He is typically from one of the village's wealthier families, a position of relative privilege, but also of responsibility and risk. He collects taxes, maintains records, settles disputes, and bears personal responsibility if the village fails to meet its obligations. Below the headman, a council of elders, usually heads of the more established families, makes decisions about village affairs: when to plant, when to harvest, how to allocate water rights, how to punish those who violate community norms. Their word carries weight because they have experience, because they control resources, because the system grants them authority. The village is further divided into groups of 5 families, the Goningumi system. Each group bears collective responsibility for its members. If one family fails to pay taxes, the other 4 must make up the difference. If one person commits a crime, the others suffer consequences. This system creates powerful incentives for mutual surveillance and social control. Your neighbors watch you because your behavior affects them directly. Privacy becomes nearly impossible. Everyone knows everyone else's business. This surveillance extends to religious observance. The Tokugawa shogunate banned Christianity after initial tolerance gave way to suspicion of foreign influence. All families must register with a Buddhist temple, proving they are not Christian. Regular inspections enforce this requirement. Images of Christ or Mary must be trampled to prove non-belief. Fumi, the practice of stepping on sacred images. Those who refuse face torture and execution. Even suspected Christians face investigation, and the taint of suspicion can destroy a family's position in the village. The system functions through a combination of official hierarchy and community pressure. Step out of line, and the headman takes notice. Fail in your obligations, and your Goningumi partners suffer. Violate major prohibitions, and punishment comes from the domain authorities. Fines, imprisonment, execution, depending on the severity. The result is a society of remarkable order, where most people conform because the alternatives are unthinkable. Samurai are a constant presence, though perhaps not physically constant in your village. They might visit rarely, the local domain officials collecting taxes, investigating crimes, enforcing laws. But their presence shapes behavior even in their absence. The knowledge that they might appear, that they possess authority backed by swords, that they can punish instantly for perceived insults, this knowledge governs conduct. When a samurai does pass through your village, protocol is clear and absolute. You must prostrate yourself, kneeling and bowing until your forehead touches the ground. You must remain in this position until the samurai has passed. To look directly at a samurai can be considered disrespectful. To speak to one without being addressed first is forbidden. To fail to show proper deference can result in immediate, violent punishment. Samurai possess the legal right of kirisute gomen, permission to cut down commoners who show disrespect. This right is not exercised casually in the Edo period. Samurai who kill without good reason face their own legal consequences, but it exists as a background threat, a reminder of the vast gulf in status. Stories circulate in every village of a farmer who forgot to bow quickly enough, who said something that sounded like an insult, and who paid with his life. Whether all such stories are true matters less than that they're believed, that they shape behavior, that they reinforce the message. Stay in your place, show respect, never challenge authority. This creates a particular kind of psychological burden. You must be constantly alert to the approach of anyone who might be samurai. You must be ready to immediately adopt the proper posture of submission. You must accept that your life has less value, that your dignity means nothing compared to their honor. This hierarchy is not just political or economic, it's existential, embedded in the culture's deepest assumptions about human worth. Yet life is not unrelieved hardship and submission. Festivals punctuate the agricultural calendar, providing moments of communal celebration, temporary relief from ordinary restrictions. The New Year festival, when special foods appear and sake flows freely. The Bon festival in summer, honoring ancestors, when the dead are believed to return temporarily to the world of the living. Shrine festivals celebrating local deities, featuring processions, music, dancing. During festivals, the usual austerity relaxes. Special foods, mochi rice cakes, sweet red bean paste, better sake, appear on family altars and dining mats. The village gathers for communal activities. Musicians play traditional instruments. Young people dance. Children receive small treats. For a few days, the constant pressure of work and obligation eases. Religious observances provide other forms of respite. Visits to local shrines, prayers for good harvests or healthy children. The ceremonies are simple, lacking the elaborate ritual of higher status Buddhism or the court's Shinto practices, but they provide connection to something beyond the daily grind. The belief that spirits inhabit the rice paddies, that ancestors watch over the family, that proper observance brings protection. These beliefs offer comfort, a sense that life has meaning beyond mere survival. Village cooperation in major projects creates solidarity, rethatching roofs, maintaining irrigation systems, preparing for festivals. These activities require everyone's participation and generate a sense of common purpose. The wealthier families provide more resources, the poorer ones more labor, but everyone contributes. This reciprocity, however unequal, creates bonds that make the harsh existence more bearable. Stories are told on winter evenings, gathered around the hearth, tales of heroes and ghosts, of Buddhist saints and tricky foxes, of historical events and local legends. These stories entertain, but they also transmit values, explain the world's workings, connect the present to the past. They create shared culture, a sense of identity as members of this village, this region, this nation. Despite all the work, despite the careful management of resources, despite the accumulated wisdom of generations, famine remains an ever-present threat. A bad harvest can tip the precarious balance into disaster. Crop failure comes from many causes: drought, flood, early frost, insect plagues, plant diseases. When it comes, the consequences unfold with terrible logic. First comes the shortage. The harvest fails to meet taxation demands. The officials take their share regardless, leaving even less for the farmers. The grain that should last until the next harvest runs short by winter. Rations are reduced. Mixed grain becomes mostly millet or barley with minimal rice. Then the millet runs low. Families begin consuming everything edible. Seeds reserved for next year's planting are eaten, mortgaging the future to survive the present. Wild plants are gathered obsessively. Roots, bark, anything that can fill the stomach, even if it provides little nutrition. Animals that would normally be kept for work are slaughtered. The weakest suffer first. Young children and the elderly, already living on the margin, sicken and die. Disease spreads through populations weakened by malnutrition. Villages become places of gaunt faces and slow movements, of children with distended bellies and listless eyes, of families huddling in cold houses with empty storage bins. Some farmers abandon their villages, becoming rootless wanderers despite the prohibition on movement. They head toward towns or cities, hoping for charity, for work, for anything. Many die on the roads. Those who reach the towns often find them overwhelmed, unable to help the flood of desperate refugees. The worst famines become regional catastrophes. The Great Tenmei famine of the 1780s killed perhaps hundreds of thousands. The Tenpo famine of the 1830s caused similar devastation. Official records document the scale of suffering in abstract numbers. Local records and legends preserve more human details: the abandoned children, the elderly who walked into the snow to die so their families might have a bit more food, the villages that simply emptied as everyone died or fled. Recovery from such famines takes years. The population must rebuild. Fields that were abandoned must be reclaimed. Seed rice must be borrowed or purchased with nothing to pay. Social bonds frayed by desperation must be rewoven. The psychological scars persist. The fear that it could happen again, that the next bad harvest might bring the same nightmare. Perhaps the most oppressive aspect of peasant life in Edo, Japan, is the complete absence of social mobility. You are born a farmer, you live as a farmer, you die as a farmer. Your children will be farmers. Their children will be farmers. The rigid class system permits no escape. You cannot become a samurai. That status is inherited, tied to family lineage. Even the lowest-ranking samurai, poor and barely able to maintain the appearance of his class, stands above you by birthright. You cannot challenge him, cannot aspire to his position, cannot change the relationship. You cannot become a merchant, at least not legally. Merchants are born into merchant families, in merchant districts of towns and cities. To leave your village and establish yourself as a merchant would require permissions you cannot obtain, capital you don't possess, entry into networks closed to outsiders. You cannot even become an artisan. That status too is inherited, passed through families that guard their craft knowledge and their position in the hierarchy. The son of a farmer who shows talent for carpentry or metalworking cannot pursue that talent. He must farm because his father farmed. This immobility extends to geography as well as social position. The village where you're born will likely be the only landscape you ever know well. You might see the nearest town on the rare occasions when village business requires a trip. You might climb the surrounding mountains in search of firewood or forage. But the wider world, the great cities like Edo or Osaka or Kyoto, the famous temples and castles, the ocean if you live inland, the diversity of Japan's many regions, all this remains beyond reach, as distant as foreign countries. Some farmers never travel more than a day's walk from their birthplace in their entire lives. The horizons of experience contract to the village, the paddies, the nearby forest, the road that passes through but leads nowhere accessible. This geographic fixity compounds the social fixity, creating lives of remarkable narrowness. Yet within these narrow confines, people still find meaning, still love and hope, still take pride in work done well. The rice you cultivate, the family you raise, the contribution you make to the village's survival. These might be small things in the grand sweep of history, but they're your things, your life, your meaning. The system denies you freedom but cannot entirely deny you humanity. We have spent time now in the rice paddies and thatched roof houses of Edo period Japan, experiencing the daily reality of life at the bottom of a rigid social hierarchy. The work that consumed every hour of daylight, the cold and hunger that marked the seasons, the regulations that prescribed everything from clothing to movement to marriage, the taxation that claimed half of each year's labor, the surveillance that made privacy impossible, the complete absence of social mobility that trapped generation after generation in the same narrow existence. It was a hard life, made harder by the system's deliberate constraints, yet it was also a life that millions of people lived with dignity, finding small joys where they could, maintaining family bonds and village solidarity, performing their obligations with the competence that came from generations of accumulated knowledge. They were not free, but they were not defeated. They endured. As we move forward into our next segment, we shift perspective dramatically. We leave the villages and paddies to enter the world of samurai, the warrior class that stood at the top of the hierarchy we've just explored. We approach one of Japanese history's most famous stories, a tale of loyalty and revenge that has captivated imaginations for over 3 centuries. The story of the 47 Ronin, masterless samurai who gave up everything, including their lives, to avenge their lord and uphold the principles of Bushido. Let us proceed to that story, to honor, duty, and the deadly logic of the warrior code. A transition between worlds. We have walked through the rice paddies, felt the weight of agricultural labor and rigid social hierarchy that defined most lives in Edo, Japan. Now we ascend to a different stratum of society, to the samurai class that stood at the system's apex. Yet what we're about to explore is not a tale of triumph, but of tragedy. not of power, but of powerlessness, transformed through loyalty into something the culture would remember as noble. This is the story of the 47 Ronin, an event so famous in Japanese history that it has inspired countless plays, novels, films, and artistic works across 3 centuries. It is a story about honor and revenge, about the conflict between personal loyalty and public law, about men who chose death over dishonor and became legends in the process. The events unfold in the early 18th century, in the capital city of Edo, modern Tokyo, in the halls of power where samurai served their lords and the shogun ruled through careful management of feudal obligations. Let us enter this world slowly, understanding the context before witnessing the crisis that would set everything in motion. Edo Castle served as the shogun's residence and the administrative heart of the Tokugawa government. This massive structure, surrounded by formidable walls and moats, dominated the city's landscape. Within its halls, the business of governing Japan proceeded according to elaborate protocols refined over generations. In the spring of 1701, the shogun Tokugawa Tsunayoshi prepared to receive imperial envoys from Kyoto. These visits happened periodically, ceremonial acknowledgements of the relationship between the imperial court, ancient but politically impotent, and the shogunate, militarily powerful and practically sovereign. Such occasions required meticulous attention to protocol, every gesture and word choreographed according to tradition. 3 daimyo, provincial lords, were appointed to serve as hosts for these imperial envoys. Among them was a man named Asano Naganori, lord of the Ako domain in Harima province. Asano was relatively young, perhaps 35 years old, the ruler of a modest domain that produced 50,000 koku of rice annually. He was not particularly wealthy or powerful by daimyo standards, but he was respectable, his lineage acceptable, his loyalty to the shogunate presumably secure. Because Asano and the other appointed daimyo lacked experience in the intricate etiquette required for receiving imperial envoys, they were directed to consult with an expert. That expert was Kira Yoshinaka, a high-ranking shogunate official who served as master of ceremonies. Kira was older than Asano, perhaps in his 60s, a man who had spent his entire career in the shogunal court, who knew every nuance of protocol, whose position depended on maintaining the dignity of such occasions. The relationship between Asano and Kira soured almost immediately, though the exact reasons remain somewhat obscure. The traditional account suggests that Asano failed to present Kira with sufficiently lavish gifts, the expected payment essentially for the instruction Kira was supposed to provide. The other 2 daimyo, understanding this unspoken requirement, gave Kira expensive presents. Asano, whether from ignorance or principled refusal to engage in what might have seemed like bribery, offered only a token gift. Kira, insulted by what he perceived as cheapness or disrespect, responded by treating Asano with open contempt. During instruction sessions, he mocked Asano's ignorance of court customs. He provided incomplete or deliberately misleading guidance. He made disparaging remarks within Asano's hearing, comments that questioned not just Asano's competence, but his worthiness to serve in such a capacity. For a samurai whose identity centered on honor and reputation, such treatment was extraordinarily difficult to endure. April 25, 1701. The morning proceeded normally in Edo Castle, the corridors busy with officials and samurai conducting the day's business. The imperial envoys were present, the ceremonies progressing according to plan. Asano Naganori, wearing the formal garments appropriate to his rank, moved through the castle on whatever errands his duties required. At some point that morning, in a corridor of the castle, Asano encountered Kira Yoshinaka. What words passed between them? What final insult or provocation Kira offered, the historical record does not preserve with certainty. What is certain is that Asano's patience, already strained by days or weeks of mockery, finally broke. He drew his wakizashi, the short sword that samurai wore even indoors where the longer katana was not permitted, and attacked Kira. The assault was sudden, unexpected, shocking to everyone who witnessed it. Asano struck at Kira's head and back, managing to wound him. Cuts that bled but were not immediately life-threatening. Kira cried out. Other samurai in the corridor rushed forward, restraining Asano before he could strike again. The enormity of what Asano had done became immediately apparent. Drawing a sword within Edo Castle was strictly forbidden. The castle was sacred space, the shogun's residence, a place where violence was absolutely prohibited regardless of provocation. To draw a weapon here violated one of the most fundamental rules governing samurai conduct in the Tokugawa system. To actually draw blood compounded the offense beyond any possible excuse. Asano was immediately seized and confined. The castle erupted in urgent consultation. Shogun Tsunayoshi, when informed of the incident, responded with swift anger. The breach of protocol was unforgivable, particularly during the presence of imperial envoys. The shogun's authority, the dignity of his court, the entire system's functioning depended on such rules being absolutely observed. By that same afternoon, the decision had been made. Asano Naganori was ordered to commit seppuku, ritual suicide by self-disembowelment. There would be no trial, no extended investigation, no opportunity for Asano to present his grievances against Kira. The offense was clear. The penalty was certain. Seppuku was not execution precisely, though it served that function. It was a way for a samurai to die with honor, to accept responsibility for failure or transgression, to demonstrate the courage and self-control that supposedly distinguished the warrior class. The ritual followed prescribed forms designed to maintain dignity even in death. Asano was conducted to a temple where a space had been prepared. He would have been given time to bathe, to compose himself mentally, perhaps to write a death poem if he wished. A final statement of his thoughts and feelings. He wore white garments, the color of death and purity. He knelt on a white cloth spread for this purpose. The mechanism of seppuku involved using a short blade to cut open one's own abdomen, a wound that would eventually prove fatal, but that took time to kill, time filled with extraordinary pain. To spare the dying man prolonged agony, a second samurai, the kaishakunin or assistant, stood ready with a sword to decapitate the suicide once the abdominal cut had been made, ending life swiftly. Asano performed the required actions. The blade entered his body. The kaishakunin sword fell. Asano Naganori, Lord of Akko, died as the sun set on April 21st, 1701. He was 35 years old. The reasons for his attack on Kira died with him, never fully explained, leaving generations to speculate about what provocation could drive a man to throw away everything: life, honor, family, domain, in a moment of violence. The shogunate's judgment did not end with Asano's death. His domain, the Akko lands that had supported his family for generations, was confiscated. This was standard practice when a daimyo died under disgraceful circumstances without approved heirs. The lands reverted to shogunal control, to be redistributed as the government saw fit. For Asano's samurai retainers, this meant immediate catastrophe. They were now Ronin, masterless samurai, men without lord or employment, their stipends ended, their status compromised. In the Edo period's rigid social structure, Ronin occupied an uncomfortable position. They remained samurai by birth and training, but without a lord to serve, they lacked purpose and often lacked means of support. The Akko samurai numbered in the hundreds. Most accepted the situation as an unfortunate but unavoidable consequence of their lord's actions. They dispersed, seeking new employment with other lords if possible, or finding whatever work they could, or falling into poverty and obscurity. But a core group of these samurai, led by Asano's chief retainer, Oishi Yoshio, also known as Oishi Kuranosuke, could not accept what they saw as profound injustice. Their lord was dead, forced to commit suicide. Yet Kira Yoshinaka, whose provocation had presumably triggered the incident, faced no punishment whatsoever. He had been wounded, yes, but he recovered. He retained his position, his wealth, his honor. To Oishi and those who thought like him, this outcome violated fundamental principles of fairness and honor. If Asano deserved death for his loss of control, did Kira not deserve consequences for the behavior that provoked it? But the shogunate saw no equivalence. Asano had broken an absolute rule. Kira had merely been insulting, which was not a crime. The law was clear, and the law had been enforced. From the government's perspective, the matter was closed. Oishi and his companions disagreed. They swore an oath among themselves, a secret pact that bound them to a course of action from which there would be no return. They would avenge their lord. They would kill Kira Yoshinaka. And they would do so knowing that this revenge would likely cost them their own lives, but accepting that cost as the price of loyalty and honor. Immediately attacking Kira was impossible. He was a shogunal official, protected by guards, living in a well-defended mansion in Edo. More importantly, Kira knew that Asano's former retainers might seek revenge. He had taken precautions, increasing his security, keeping watch for any sign of threat. The Ako Ronin were under suspicion and surveillance. Any obvious preparation for an attack would be noticed and prevented. So Oishi and his companions embarked on an elaborate deception that would last nearly 2 years. They needed to convince Kira and the shogunate's spies who watched them that they had abandoned any thought of revenge, that they had accepted their master's disgrace and moved on with their lives in whatever diminished capacity was available to them. The Ronin dispersed across Japan, taking humble jobs, working as laborers or merchants' assistants, occupying themselves with apparently aimless activities. They appeared to have given up the samurai's path, to have sunk into the kind of dissipated existence that confirmed their loss of purpose and honor. Oishi himself committed most completely to this deception. He divorced his wife, sending her back to her family, supposedly because he could no longer support her, but actually to protect her from the consequences of what he planned. He moved to Kyoto, where he frequented brothels and drinking establishments, spending money he didn't have, accumulating debts, presenting himself as a man who had fallen into dissolution. He was seen drunk in the streets, stumbling between establishments, his clothing disheveled, his behavior embarrassing. Former friends and colleagues avoided him. Rumors spread that Oishi had proven himself a coward, that the much-vaunted samurai loyalty was merely pretense, that he had chosen debauchery over duty. Some of Kira's spies, watching Oishi's public decline, reported back that he posed no threat, that he had clearly abandoned any thought of revenge. This performance required extraordinary discipline. Oishi had to endure mockery, had to accept the judgment that he was dishonorable, had to live a lie so thoroughly that even those who should have trusted him believed the fiction. Meanwhile, secretly, he and the other conspirators gathered information, made plans, waited for the right moment. They needed detailed knowledge of Kira's mansion, its layout, its defenses, the routines of its guards, the number of samurai in residence, where Kira himself slept, where weapons were stored, where escape routes existed. This intelligence was gathered slowly, carefully, through multiple channels, assembled piece by piece over months until they possessed a complete picture. The number of Ronin committed to the revenge plot gradually solidified. Not all of Asano's former retainers could participate. Some had found new employment and could not risk it. Some had families they could not abandon. Some lacked the courage for what would essentially be a suicide mission. The group that remained loyal to the vendetta eventually numbered 47 men, a mix of ages and ranks, bound together by their oath and their determination. Winter came to Edo in late 1702 and early 1703. By December, snow fell regularly, the city transformed into a landscape of white and grey, the cold settling deep. Kira Yoshinaka, now over a year and a half removed from the incident that had killed Asano, had gradually relaxed his vigilance. The Ronin seemed to have truly given up. Life had returned to normal, or so it appeared. The night chosen for the attack was either December 14th, 1702, by the traditional lunar calendar, or January 30th, 1703, by the Western calendar. Sources give both dates, the difference being the calendar system used. What matters is that it was deep winter, bitterly cold, with snow on the ground, the kind of night when people huddled indoors and the streets lay largely empty. The 47 Ronin gathered secretly, converging on Edo from their scattered positions. They came armed with swords, some with bows, with lengths of rope, with whatever tools they would need. They wore matching clothing under their outer garments, a practical measure to identify friend from foe in the chaos of combat, but also a symbolic unity, a statement that they were acting as a coordinated group. They divided into two teams, one led by Oishi to attack the front gate, one led by Oishi's son to attack the rear. The strategy was to hit both entrances simultaneously, preventing anyone inside from escaping, forcing Kira's samurai to fight on two fronts, overwhelming the defense through surprise and coordination. Late at night, perhaps around 2 or 3 in the morning, when sleep lay deepest, Oishi sounded a drum, the signal to begin. The Ronin advanced through the snowing darkness toward Kira's mansion. The world was quiet, the city asleep, only the crunch of snow under their feet disturbing the silence. The attack began with startling violence. The Ronin broke through the gates, their weapons ready, their voices raised in battle cries. Kira's household, awakened suddenly from sleep, scrambled to respond. Samurai grabbed weapons, rushed toward the sounds of combat, tried to organize defense against an enemy whose numbers and intentions were initially unclear. Fighting erupted throughout the mansion grounds. The Ronin moved with purpose, searching through rooms, cutting down anyone who resisted. Some of Kira's samurai fought bravely, defending their master, their home, their honor. Others, realizing they faced determined attackers who expected no mercy and offered none, tried to flee or hide. The combat was not particularly long, perhaps an hour or two, but it was intense. The Ronin maintained discipline throughout. This was not a massacre driven by rage, but a focused operation with a specific goal: find Kira and kill him. Everything else was secondary. They moved through the mansion methodically, clearing rooms, forcing doors, calling out for Kira to show himself, to face his fate with the courage expected of a samurai. Kira, meanwhile, had hidden. When the attack began, rather than taking up weapons and leading his samurai in defense, he concealed himself in a small outbuilding, hoping perhaps that his men would drive off the attackers, or that the Ronin would fail to find him in the confusion. It was not the behavior expected of a samurai, and later retellings of the story emphasized this perceived cowardice, contrasting it with the Ronin's courage. The Ronin searched systematically. They found women and children and non-combatants, and according to most accounts, left them unharmed. Their quarrel was not with Kira's family or servants, but with Kira himself. Eventually, after much searching, they found the small building where Kira was hiding. They broke in and discovered him, still in his sleeping clothes, an old man trying to avoid the death that had come for him. They offered him the chance to commit seppuku, to die with honor as their master had died. They would serve as his kaishakunin, would ensure he died properly, but Kira refused or could not bring himself to perform the act. So one of the Ronin stepped forward, sword ready, and killed him. The old man's head was severed from his body, taken as proof that the vendetta had been completed. With Kira dead and the mansion secured, the Ronin prepared for the next phase of their plan. They had accomplished their revenge, but they were not finished. They needed to demonstrate that their action was not mere criminality, not simple murder, but a ritual fulfillment of samurai obligation. They placed Kira's head in a bucket, carefully preserved. Then, as dawn broke over Edo, they began a march across the city to Sengakuji Temple, where their lord Asano Naganori was buried. The march took them through streets beginning to fill with morning activity, the news of what had happened at Kira's mansion spreading rapidly. People gathered to watch the Ronin pass, these blood-stained warriors walking in formation, carrying their grisly trophy. The march was a public statement. The Ronin could have fled, could have attempted to escape justice, but instead they made themselves visible, proceeding openly to their lord's grave. They were announcing that they had acted from duty, not from criminal intent, that they were completing the logic of loyalty that their culture claimed to value above all else. At Sengakuji Temple, they found the grave of Asano Naganori. There they washed Kira's severed head in a well. The well still exists, now covered but preserved as a historical site. They presented the head at Asano's grave, burning incense, praying, reporting to their dead lord that his honor had been avenged, that his retainers had remained loyal, that the insult Kira had delivered and the unjust death that followed had not gone unanswered. Then they waited. They sent a messenger to the shogunal authorities, explaining what they had done and why, and declaring themselves ready to accept whatever judgment the government would render. They were Ronin, masterless samurai who had killed a shogunal official. The penalty would certainly be death, but they had known this from the beginning. The question was whether they would be allowed to die as samurai through seppuku, or whether they would be executed as criminals. The Ronin's action created an extraordinary dilemma for the Tokugawa shogunate. On one hand, they had committed a clear crime. Private revenge was illegal. The shogunate had spent decades establishing that only the government could legitimately employ violence, that individuals could not take the law into their own hands, regardless of perceived injustice. Allowing the Ronin's action to go unpunished would undermine this fundamental principle. On the other hand, the Ronin had acted from motives that Japanese culture traditionally honored. They had remained loyal to their lord even after death. They had risked everything to avenge him. They had demonstrated the very virtues of courage, loyalty, and self-sacrifice that samurai ideology celebrated. Punishing them harshly might technically uphold the law, but would offend widespread public sentiment that saw them as heroes. The case was debated at the highest levels of government. Shogun Tsunayoshi himself reportedly struggled with the decision. Different officials argued different positions. Some emphasized the law, the necessity of maintaining order, the danger of romanticizing vigilante violence. Others emphasized the samurai code, the importance of loyalty, the recognition that these men had acted from noble rather than base motives. For months, while the Ronin waited, the debate continued. Public opinion overwhelmingly supported the Ronin. Stories of their loyalty spread throughout Japan. Popular songs celebrated their deeds. They became folk heroes, symbols of authentic samurai virtue, in an age when many samurai had become mere bureaucrats, when the warrior class no longer fought wars, but shuffled papers in administrative offices. Finally, in March 1703, the shogunate announced its decision. The Ronin would be required to commit seppuku. This was, in its way, a compromise. They would die. The law's demand would be satisfied. Private revenge would not be condoned. But they would die as samurai with honor, not as criminals. Their loyalty would be acknowledged even as their action was punished. On March 20th, 1703, the 47 Ronin prepared to die. They had been divided among several daimyo domains for custody during the months of waiting, treated with respect despite their prisoner status. Now they were brought to the locations where seppuku would be performed. Each man would have been given time to prepare himself mentally and spiritually. They could bathe, compose death poems if they wished, make any final statements. They wore white garments. They faced death not with despair, but with a sense of completion. They had accomplished what they set out to do. They had avenged their lord. Now they would join him, their duty fulfilled. The ritual proceeded according to established forms. Each Ronin took the blade, made the required cuts. The Kaishakunin's sword fell, bringing swift release. One by one, 46 of the Ronin died. 46 because one, the youngest, had been spared at the last moment and pardoned, living on to tell the story to later generations. Their bodies were taken to Sengaku-ji Temple and buried next to Asano Naganori's grave. There they remain today, their tombs carefully maintained, visited by thousands of people every year who come to pay respects to these men who came to embody samurai loyalty. Every December 14th, the temple holds a festival commemorating the attack on Kira's mansion, keeping the story alive across centuries. The story of the 47 Ronin reveals deep tensions in Tokugawa Japan between competing values and systems of meaning. On one side stood the law, the shogunate's authority, the principle that social order required subordinating personal feelings to public rules. This was the logic of bureaucratic governance, of centralized power, of the Confucian-influenced ideology that the Tokugawa used to justify their rule. On the other side stood Bushido, the way of the warrior, with its emphasis on personal honor, loyalty to one's lord above all else, the willingness to die rather than accept dishonor. This was older than the Tokugawa system, rooted in the chaotic centuries when samurai actually fought wars, when martial prowess and personal courage mattered more than administrative competence. The Edo period represented a transition, a time when samurai were becoming hereditary administrators rather than active warriors. Most samurai never drew their swords in combat. Their education emphasized literacy, etiquette, and bureaucratic skill as much as martial arts. The peaceful unification of Japan under the Tokugawa meant that traditional samurai virtues had fewer outlets for expression. Yet the ideology of Bushido persisted, romanticized perhaps, but still culturally powerful. The 47 Ronin story became so famous precisely because it seemed to demonstrate that authentic samurai loyalty still existed, that the old virtues had not been entirely corrupted by the bureaucratic peace. The Ronin had acted as samurai were supposed to act, following loyalty even unto death. But the shogunate's punishment of them, even while acknowledging their honor, sent a different message. Loyalty is admirable, but the law is supreme. You cannot take justice into your own hands, no matter how righteous your cause. The system's stability depends on the monopolization of violence by the state, on individuals accepting official decisions even when those decisions seem unjust. This tension between personal honor and legal authority, between loyalty and obedience, between traditional warrior values and bureaucratic order, these contradictions ran through Tokugawa society and, in different forms, through much of Japanese history. The 47 Ronin story became enduringly popular because it crystallized these contradictions, presented them in dramatic narrative form, allowed people to debate and contemplate questions that had no easy answers. Over the following decades and centuries, the story of the 47 Ronin was transformed through constant retelling. Kabuki plays, most famously Chushingura, dramatized the events, adding romantic subplots, emphasizing certain characters, creating memorable scenes that became iconic in Japanese culture. These theatrical versions took liberties with historical accuracy, but captured the story's emotional core. Novels, woodblock prints, later films and television dramas, even manga and anime. The story has been adapted into every medium Japanese culture has produced. Each adaptation reflects the concerns of its own era, finding new meanings in the old tale. To wartime militarists, the Ronin exemplified the sacrifice of individual life for a higher cause. To post-war critics, they represented the dangers of feudal loyalty and unthinking obedience. To modern audiences, they might symbolize workplace loyalty or simply offer a thrilling narrative of revenge and honor. The historical reality becomes increasingly difficult to separate from the legend. Did Kira really provoke Asano so severely? Was Kira truly as venal and cruel as the stories depict? Or was he simply a prickly official dealing with a provincial lord who didn't understand court etiquette? Did the Ronin act entirely from pure motives, or did some of them have personal grievances or practical concerns? The sources are not entirely clear, and subsequent generations have filled the gaps with assumptions shaped by their own values. What remains undeniable is that the basic facts occurred. Asano attacked Kira, committed seppuku on orders, his retainers became Ronin, 47 of them coordinated a revenge attack nearly 2 years later. They killed Kira, they surrendered, and they were ordered to commit seppuku. These are historical events, recorded in multiple contemporary documents, resulting in graves that still exist. The story is not myth, even if mythic elements have attached to it. Beneath the nobility and heroism, beneath the cultural significance and the dramatic retellings, lies a darker reality that quieter reflection reveals. The 47 Ronin died because of a moment of violence that accomplished nothing. Asano Naganori lost control, attacked a man who had insulted him and threw away his life, his domain, and eventually the lives of his most loyal retainers. Those retainers, the 47, chose loyalty over life. But what did they really accomplish? Kira died, an old man killed in a violent attack on his home. Kira's samurai died or were wounded defending him. The Ronin themselves all died. The Akko domain was not restored. Asano's family was not rehabilitated. Nothing material was gained. If the goal was justice, it's unclear that any was achieved. Yet Japanese culture has honored these men for over 3 centuries, which suggests that the culture values something beyond practical outcomes. The Ronin demonstrated that loyalty can transcend calculation, that some men will honor their obligations even when doing so serves no rational purpose. Whether this is admirable or tragic, noble or wasteful, depends on one's philosophical perspective. For the families of the Ronin, the story meant loss. Oishi's wife, divorced to protect her, lost her husband to his commitment to an abstract principle. The children of the Ronin grew up fatherless. The women who loved these men watched them choose death over life with them. The story's glory belongs to the men who acted. The grief belongs to those they left behind. We have moved now through 2 worlds of Edo Japan, the bound existence of peasant farmers and the constrained honor of samurai trapped between loyalty and law. We have seen how the rigid social hierarchy shaped lives at both ends of the spectrum, how the system maintained itself through a combination of economic exploitation and ideological commitment, how even those at the top found themselves trapped by the codes they supposedly embodied. As we transition into our next segment, we shift focus toward a different aspect of Japanese cultural imagination, the figure of the ninja, those shadow warriors whose historical reality has been almost entirely obscured by mythology. The peasants we first explored sometimes feature in ninja origin stories, commoners who developed unconventional fighting techniques because conventional samurai warfare was closed to them. The samurai we just examined would have regarded ninja with contempt, as dishonorable, as violating the codes of proper warfare, as embodying everything a true warrior should reject. Yet ninja were real in some form, serving real purposes in medieval and early modern Japan. Their true history, when we can glimpse it beneath the layers of legend and theatrical invention, reveals much about warfare, espionage, and the gap between mythic ideals and practical realities. Let us turn our attention there, to the shadows where historical truth and entertaining fiction have become almost impossible to separate. We have traced the lives of bound peasants and examined the rigid honor code that governed samurai existence. Now we turn our attention to figures who occupied an ambiguous space in feudal Japanese society, neither quite peasant nor quite warrior, existing in the margins and shadows, performing work that more respectable classes regarded as necessary but dishonorable. The ninja, or more properly, shinobi, those who act in stealth, have become perhaps Japan's most recognizable cultural export beyond its borders. Black-clad assassins performing impossible acrobatics, throwing star-shaped blades, vanishing in puffs of smoke, possessing almost supernatural abilities. This is the ninja of popular imagination, created by centuries of theatrical embellishment, Hollywood interpretation, and modern entertainment media. The historical reality was considerably less dramatic, though no less interesting when examined closely. Real ninja were spies and scouts, intelligence gatherers, and unconventional warriors, men who developed practical techniques for infiltration and espionage during Japan's long centuries of warfare. They were not superhuman. They did not possess magical powers. They were simply highly trained specialists in forms of warfare that samurai ideology officially scorned, but that practical commanders quietly employed. Let us peel back the layers of myth slowly, carefully, examining what we can actually know about these shadow warriors, where they came from, what they truly did, and how their reality became so thoroughly obscured by legend. The geography of secrecy. The story of the ninja begins in two mountainous regions of central Japan, Iga Province in what is now Mie Prefecture, and the adjacent Koga district in present-day Shiga Prefecture. These were remote areas, their valleys surrounded by forested mountains, accessible by difficult mountain passes, isolated from the main centers of political power. The terrain itself shaped what developed there. The mountains provided natural defenses, making the regions difficult to conquer or control. Small villages nestled in valleys, connected by mountain trails, largely left to govern themselves. Unlike most of Japan, where powerful daimyo lords imposed their authority, Iga and Koga remained relatively autonomous, controlled by local clans, jisamurai, or minor samurai families, who cooperated loosely but maintained their independence. These clans farmed like peasants, but also claimed samurai status and bore arms. They existed in an ambiguous social position, neither fully part of the warrior elite nor entirely commoner. Perhaps this marginal status contributed to their development of unconventional warfare techniques. Unable to compete with better equipped and better funded samurai armies in open battle, they developed alternative methods: stealth, deception, intelligence gathering, surprise attacks, guerrilla tactics. The villages of Iga and Koga became known over generations for producing men skilled in what came to be called ninjutsu, the art of stealth. Families passed down techniques through generations. Children trained from youth in climbing, swimming, horsemanship, use of various weapons, disguise, infiltration, escape. The knowledge was carefully guarded, taught only within families or to trusted students, creating traditions that became increasingly sophisticated over time. The remoteness of these mountain regions allowed these traditions to develop without much outside interference. The villages maintained their practices quietly, hiring out their services to warlords who needed intelligence about enemy positions, who wanted castles infiltrated, who required unconventional operations that conventional samurai forces could not or would not perform. What did historical ninja actually do? The primary answer, supported by period documents and military records, is espionage. They gathered intelligence, information about enemy troop movements, castle defenses, supply lines, internal political divisions. This intelligence could prove decisive in warfare, allowing commanders to exploit weaknesses, time attacks effectively, anticipate enemy strategies. Espionage required infiltration, entering enemy territory without being recognized as hostile. This meant disguise, assuming false identities, blending into local populations. A ninja might pose as a traveling merchant, a wandering Buddhist monk, a peasant seeking work, an entertainer, even a samurai from a different region. The disguise had to be complete and convincing, incorporating appropriate clothing, speech patterns, knowledge of the role being played. Period manuals on ninja techniques. Texts like the Bansen Shukai and Shoninki, compiled in the 17th century, devote considerable attention to disguise and infiltration methods. They discuss how to move through different social contexts, how to gather information through casual conversation, how to observe without appearing to observe, how to remember details for later reporting. Once infiltrated, the ninja's task was observation. What defenses does the castle possess? How many soldiers garrison it? Where are the weak points in the walls? What is the morale of the troops? Who among the enemy's officials might be bribed or turned? What supplies do they have, and from where do those supplies come? The gathering of such information required patience, careful attention, the ability to move unnoticed, and skill in extracting useful intelligence from fragments of overheard conversation or observed activity. Beyond passive observation, ninja might engage in more active operations, sabotage, spreading disinformation, creating confusion, setting fires to destroy supplies or create panic during attacks, cutting communication lines, poisoning water supplies. These operations aim to weaken the enemy before battle, to create conditions favorable for conventional forces' assault. Contrary to popular imagination, assassination was not a primary ninja role. Period sources mention it rarely, and practical considerations explain why. Assassination missions were extraordinarily risky, with low probability of success and escape. Important targets were well guarded. Failure meant certain death. Success still meant probable death in the escape attempt. Most military commanders found better uses for skilled operatives than throwing them away on risky assassination attempts that might fail, and that, even if successful, might only result in a replacement commander taking over. The exceptions that did occur typically involved targets of opportunity. A guard killed quietly to allow infiltration, an isolated enemy officer vulnerable to quick attack, rather than elaborate long-term assassination plots. The ninja's value lay in providing information and conducting operations that supported larger military campaigns, not in serving as lone assassins attempting to change history through single killings. The tools historical ninja used were practical rather than exotic. Swords, certainly, though typically shorter blades more easily concealed than the long katana that marked samurai status. Various types of knives and daggers, staves and other weapons that could pass as innocent walking sticks or farming implements until needed for combat. The famous throwing stars, shuriken, did exist, though they were not the primary weapons popular culture suggests. Period sources mention them as distraction weapons thrown to startle or momentarily disable an opponent, to create an opening for escape or a more serious attack. They were not deadly weapons capable of killing at long range, but tactical tools used in close quarters situations. Climbing equipment featured prominently in ninja operations. Grappling hooks and rope allowed scaling walls. Collapsible ladders could be carried and deployed quickly. Special footwear with spikes or textured soles provided better grip on vertical surfaces. These tools reflected the ninja's need to enter and exit places not designed for easy access, to move through three-dimensional space in ways conventional soldiers did not. Water crossings presented particular challenges, and ninja developed several techniques for dealing with them. The Mizugumo, literally water spider, was a flotation device supposedly allowing a person to walk on water. Historical evidence for its actual use is limited, and practical experiments suggest it would have been difficult to use effectively. More likely, ninja employed simpler methods, inflatable bladders or sealed containers for flotation, waterproof containers for keeping weapons and supplies dry, techniques for silent swimming. Disguise materials formed an important part of the ninja's equipment. Different sets of clothing appropriate to various identities. Documents and papers that supported assumed identities. Knowledge of different regional dialects and social customs. Theatrical techniques for altering appearance, dyes for changing hair color, methods for temporary facial alteration, ways of walking and moving that suggested different ages or social statuses. Fire-starting tools and minor explosives also featured in some operations. Early gunpowder weapons, in periods when such technology became available, could be used for creating loud distractions, breaching doors, or starting fires. The ninja adapted whatever technology their era offered to their specific operational needs. Communication methods required particular attention. Operatives infiltrated in enemy territory needed ways to send information back. This might involve pre-arranged signals, fires lit at specific locations, objects arranged in certain patterns, coded messages left where they would be found by colleagues. Some operations used chains of operatives, each knowing only the next link, passing information along without any single person possessing complete knowledge of the network. Becoming an effective shinobi required years of training, typically beginning in childhood. The remote villages of Iga and Koga developed training systems passed through families and small schools. These systems emphasized physical conditioning, technical skills, and mental discipline. Physical training developed strength, endurance, flexibility, and specific capabilities useful for infiltration work. Running long distances, particularly over mountain trails, built cardiovascular endurance. Climbing trees and rocks developed upper body strength and confidence at heights. Swimming, including swimming with equipment and in various water conditions, ensured operatives could cross rivers and moats. Fighting skills covered armed and unarmed combat, with emphasis on quick, efficient techniques rather than the more formal style samurai studied. Technical training covered the specific skills of intelligence work, lockpicking and breaking through barriers, identifying and exploiting architectural weaknesses in buildings, moving silently across various surfaces, creaking wooden floors, gravel paths, dried leaves, remaining motionless for extended periods while hiding, controlling breathing to minimize sound and maintain calm, observing and memorizing details accurately for later reporting. Mental training developed the psychological qualities successful operations required: patience for long waiting periods, control of fear in dangerous situations, the ability to think clearly under pressure, discipline to maintain cover identity even when challenged, comfort with solitude and isolation during long infiltration missions, methods for resisting interrogation if captured. The training was not uniform or standardized in the way modern military training operates. Different families and teachers emphasized different aspects, developed different techniques, held different philosophies about the best approach. But common elements emerged across the traditions, shaped by the common requirements of the work. Students learned through combination of direct instruction, observation, and practice. A teacher might demonstrate a climbing technique, then watch the student practice it repeatedly, offering corrections. Night training taught movement in darkness, developing heightened awareness of non-visual cues. Training in various weather conditions, rain, snow, wind, ensured operatives could function regardless of circumstances. Some aspects of training bordered on the spiritual, incorporating elements from esoteric Buddhism and mountain ascetic traditions. Meditation techniques for calming the mind, methods for entering focused states of consciousness. Practices claimed to develop heightened awareness or unusual capabilities. How much of this reflected actual technique versus cultural belief is difficult to determine from historical distance, but the traditions clearly placed value on mental and spiritual development alongside physical and technical skills. Among the names that emerge from historical records, Hattori Hanzo stands as perhaps the most famous ninja figure. Yet his story illustrates the complex relationship between ninja and samurai, between shadow work and official recognition, between historical reality and later legend. Hattori Hanzo, more properly Hattori Masanari, though he's remembered by his common name, was born in 1542 in Iga province. His family claimed samurai status, though of the minor jisamurai variety common in that region. He trained in shinobi techniques as part of his family tradition, but he also studied more conventional samurai arts. He was, in effect, both ninja and samurai, embodying the overlap between these supposedly distinct categories. His fame began spreading when he was about 20 years old, after successfully leading a small group to rescue daughters of Tokugawa Ieyasu from an enemy castle. This early demonstration of his capabilities brought him to Ieyasu's attention and began a long relationship of service. Hanzo led military operations, conducted intelligence work, and commanded troops in various campaigns. His most famous exploit came in 1582, following the assassination of the warlord Oda Nobunaga. Tokugawa Ieyasu found himself in hostile territory, hunted by forces loyal to Nobunaga's assassin. Hanzo led Ieyasu and his small party on a desperate escape through the mountains of Iga, what became known as the Iga Crossing. Using his connections to local ninja clans, Hanzo guided Ieyasu through dangerous terrain, evading pursuers, ultimately bringing him to safety. This service may have saved Ieyasu's life and certainly secured Hanzo's position in his lord's favor. When Ieyasu later became shogun, establishing the Tokugawa shogunate that would rule Japan for over 250 years, he rewarded Hanzo with substantial lands and important responsibilities. Hanzo commanded a unit of Iga ninja who served as guards for Edo Castle and as intelligence operatives for the shogunate. He lived well, earned a large stipend, equivalent to millions in modern currency, and died in 1596, honored and successful. His grave remains at Seinenji Temple in Tokyo, and one of the gates of the Imperial Palace grounds is still called Hanzo's Gate in his memory. His story demonstrates that ninja could achieve recognition and reward, that they were not merely shadowy outcasts, but could integrate into the samurai system when they possessed the right skills and made the right connections. Other historical ninja remain more obscure, their names recorded briefly in military chronicles or completely lost. They were operatives employed for specific tasks, often hired through intermediaries, their individual identities less important than their collective reputation. Entire villages in Iga and Koga maintained themselves partially through revenues from hiring out ninja services to various warlords during Japan's centuries of internal conflict. The establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603 fundamentally changed the context in which ninja operated. Japan unified under a single authority. The centuries of civil war ended. Peace, enforced by the shogunate's power and carefully managed political system, settled over the country. The Edo period we explored in earlier segments was a time of internal peace, lasting over 2.5 centuries without major warfare. This peace eliminated most need for the ninjas' traditional services. There were no more castles to infiltrate, no enemy camps to scout, no major military operations requiring unconventional tactics. The Iga and Koga operatives who had thrived during wartime found themselves without employers and without purpose. Some ninja found employment with the Tokugawa shogunate itself, serving in the intelligence network that monitored regional daimyo and watched for signs of potential rebellion. Hattori Hanzo's descendants continued serving the shogunate for generations, though in increasingly ceremonial capacities. Other ninja became instructors, teaching their techniques to students more as cultural tradition than practical military training. Many simply retired from shinobi work, becoming farmers, merchants, or ordinary samurai if their status permitted. The specialized skills their families had developed over generations became less relevant. The traditions began to fade, maintained by small groups, but no longer widely practiced or economically supported. Paradoxically, as real ninja disappeared into ordinary life, theatrical ninja began to proliferate. The Edo period, with its peace and stability, saw flourishing of popular entertainment. Kabuki theater, puppet theater, printed novels and stories. These media needed compelling content, exciting narratives to entertain urban audiences. Ninja fit perfectly into this entertainment landscape. Stories about ninja could include action, intrigue, impossible feats, dramatic reversals. The actual constraints of real espionage work, its slow pace, its reliance on patience and observation, its often mundane details, held little entertainment value. But exaggerated versions, ninja with magical powers, superhuman abilities, spectacular combat skills, provided perfect material for dramatic stories. The iconic image of the ninja dressed entirely in black, face covered except for eyes, moving through darkness like a living shadow. This image has no basis in historical practice, but emerged entirely from theatrical convention. In kabuki theater, stagehands dressed in all black moved across the stage during performances, adjusting props, helping with scene changes. The convention was that audiences would ignore them, treating them as invisible, focusing attention on the actors instead. This theatrical device, kuroko, the black-clad, was well understood by regular theater-goers. When playwrights wanted to stage ninja scenes, they dressed the actors playing ninja in the same all-black costume as the kuroko stagehands. This created a visual metaphor. Like the stagehands, ninja were supposed to be invisible, moving unseen. The costume became associated with ninja characters, and over time, people forgot that this was theatrical convention rather than historical reality. Real ninja, when conducting infiltration operations, would have worn whatever clothing allowed them to blend in with their surroundings. In a castle, they might wear dark colors to merge with shadows, but more likely they would impersonate guards or servants wearing appropriate uniforms. Moving through a town, they would dress as merchants, travelers, or monks. Standing out would defeat the entire purpose. A person dressed in head-to-toe black would be immediately conspicuous and memorable, exactly what a real spy would want to avoid. The theatrical ninja also gained abilities real practitioners never claimed. They could scale walls effortlessly, make impossible leaps, vanish in clouds of smoke produced by ninja bombs, turn invisible, transform into animals. These were stage effects and narrative devices, ways to make stories more exciting, no more meant to be taken as historical reality than any other theatrical exaggeration. But audiences loved these stories. Ninja plays became extremely popular. The image of the superhuman ninja warrior took root in public imagination. By the late Edo period, most Japanese people's understanding of ninja came entirely from theatrical representations rather than any knowledge of the historical reality that had existed during warring periods. The 20th century took the mythologization of ninja even further. As Japanese culture became known internationally, ninja stories were exported along with other cultural products. Foreign audiences, even less familiar with historical reality than Japanese audiences, accepted theatrical conventions as fact. Movies, both Japanese and foreign, elaborated on the myths. Ninja became capable of truly impossible feats, running on water, fighting while completely invisible, killing with casual throws of shuriken from great distances, possessing mystical kai powers. Each iteration of ninja in popular media seemed to add new capabilities, building on previous exaggerations, creating characters increasingly divorced from any historical basis. Martial arts schools, claiming to teach authentic ninjutsu, proliferated, particularly in the West. Some of these schools had genuine connections to Japanese martial traditions, though usually to general samurai arts, rather than specific ninja techniques. Many had no historical connection whatsoever, inventing ancient techniques to meet market demand from students who wanted to learn the secrets of the ninja they had seen in movies. The shuriken throwing star, barely mentioned in historical sources and almost certainly a minor tactical tool, became the iconic ninja weapon. Martial arts supply stores sold them in variety of designs, none with much historical authenticity. The idea that ninja could kill opponents by throwing these stars with perfect accuracy became commonplace, despite no historical evidence for such use and considerable physical evidence against it. Throwing stars are difficult to aim accurately and lack sufficient mass to cause serious injury at any distance. The katana sword, historically a samurai weapon that ninja would have been unlikely to carry openly, became associated with ninja in popular culture. Movies showed ninja wielding swords in spectacular fight scenes. The ninjato, a supposedly historical ninja sword with a straight blade and square guard, appears in no historical sources and was almost certainly a modern invention by martial arts instructors seeking to differentiate ninja equipment from samurai equipment. Video games, anime, manga, and other modern media have continued elaborating ninja mythology. Each new iteration adds elements, mixes historical periods anachronistically, prioritizes entertainment value over accuracy. The result is that contemporary popular understanding of ninja has almost no connection to the historical shinobi who worked as spies and scouts in feudal Japan. Given centuries of mythologization, what can we confidently say about historical ninja? The task of separating reality from fiction becomes challenging, but some facts emerge clearly from reliable period sources. Ninja were real. They existed as intelligence operatives and unconventional warfare specialists, primarily in the 15th and 16th centuries during Japan's period of civil war. They came mainly from the Iga and Koga regions. They developed specialized training in infiltration, espionage, and sabotage. They hired their services to various warlords. Some achieved recognition and success, like Hattori Hanzo. Others remained anonymous operatives. Their work was primarily information gathering rather than assassination. They used disguise and assumed false identities to move through enemy territory. They employed practical tools appropriate to their era's technology. They trained from youth in physical and technical skills relevant to their work. They maintained family and village-based traditions that passed knowledge across generations. They were not superhuman. They could not perform impossible physical feats. They did not possess magical powers. They did not dress in all black outfits or wear identifiable ninja uniforms. They were skilled specialists in a specific type of military work, no more or less. The traditions declined and largely disappeared during the Edo period's peace, preserved mainly as historical knowledge rather than active practice. What survived often did so in forms that mixed genuine historical techniques with later theatrical additions, making separation of authentic tradition from invented tradition extremely difficult. Modern claims about authentic ninja techniques should be viewed with considerable skepticism. Some legitimate martial arts traditions have roots in the general fighting systems of feudal Japan, but specific connections to historical shinobi traditions are often exaggerated or fabricated. The real techniques were probably less spectacular than claimed, more focused on practical espionage work than combat. Why do ninja capture imagination so powerfully, even when, perhaps especially because, the popular image bears little relationship to reality? Several factors likely contribute. Ninja represent the possibility of individual competence overcoming institutional power. A lone operative, through skill and cleverness, infiltrates enemy strongholds, gathers crucial intelligence, accomplishes missions that entire armies cannot. This narrative appeals to people who feel powerless against large systems, who fantasize about individual agency mattering despite overwhelming opposition. The secrecy and mystery surrounding ninja traditions adds to their appeal. Ninja keep secrets, know things others don't, operate in shadows beyond public view. In an age where privacy has diminished and surveillance has increased, the idea of being able to move unseen and undetected holds obvious attraction. The contrast with samurai honor codes creates interesting tension. Samurai supposedly followed Bushido, fighting openly, facing death with courage, maintaining elaborate codes of conduct. Ninja, working in shadows, employing deception, surviving through cleverness rather than direct confrontation, represent a different kind of effectiveness. The conflict between honor and efficacy, between idealistic codes and practical results, generates compelling narratives. The ninja as cultural outsider also resonates. They came from marginal regions, existed between social classes, operated outside the rules that constrained others. For audiences who feel themselves outside mainstream society, ninja offer a model of how marginality might become strength, how being outside the system might provide unique advantages. Finally, the simple fact that historical ninja left relatively little trace, operated secretly, rarely recorded their activities, deliberately avoided attention, means their story is largely blank slate, onto which any interpretation can be projected. Absence of evidence allows imagination free rein. The ninja become whatever their era needs them to be. We have examined now the reality beneath the myth, traced the historical shinobi of Iga and Koga from their mountain villages through their service in feudal warfare to their obsolescence in peaceful times. We have seen how theatrical convention and modern entertainment created an image of the ninja that bears little relationship to the intelligence operatives and unconventional warfare specialists who actually existed. The truth is less spectacular than the fiction, but perhaps more interesting for its human scale. Real ninja were people who developed specialized skills, who worked dangerous jobs for practical pay, who succeeded or failed based on competence and circumstances, who eventually saw their profession disappear as the world changed. They were not magical. They were not superhuman. They were skilled operatives doing difficult work in dangerous times. As we prepare to transition into our final segment, we move from the shadows and secrecy of ninja work toward an entirely different expression of samurai culture. We turn toward refinement rather than stealth, toward aesthetic contemplation rather than deception, toward the calm spaces of the tea ceremony where warriors sought to balance their martial identity with artistic cultivation. The contrast between ninja and the tea ceremony could hardly be more complete, one representing everything hidden and practical, the other everything visible and aesthetic. Yet both emerged from the same culture, served purposes within the same society, reflected different aspects of how feudal Japan organized itself and found meaning. Let us enter the tea house now, settle into contemplation, and explore how warriors became artists without ceasing to be warriors. We have journeyed through hardship and violence, through peasant labor and samurai revenge, through the secretive world of ninja espionage. Now we arrive at something entirely different, a practice of stillness and contemplation, of aesthetic refinement, of finding beauty in simplicity and imperfection. The tea ceremony, or shanoyu, represents one of feudal Japan's most distinctive cultural developments, a space where warriors sought to balance their martial identity with artistic cultivation. This transformation might seem paradoxical. How do men trained for violence, whose social identity centers on their readiness to kill and die, find themselves sitting quietly in small rooms, carefully preparing bowls of tea according to elaborate protocols, contemplating the beauty of simple ceramic vessels. Yet this paradox lies at the heart of samurai culture during the Edo period, when peace eliminated most opportunities for warfare, but the warrior class persisted, needing to find purpose and meaning beyond combat. The tea ceremony provided that purpose, a way for samurai to demonstrate cultivation and refinement, to participate in aesthetic culture, to create moments of tranquility in lives still nominally dedicated to martial readiness. Let us enter this world slowly, understanding how the practice developed, what it meant, and how it functioned within the broader context of Edo society. Tea came to Japan from China in the 9th century, brought by Buddhist monks who had traveled to the mainland to study. Initially, tea served purely practical purposes. The caffeine helped monks stay awake during long meditation sessions, aided concentration during study. The preparation was simple: powdered tea whisked in hot water, drunk from a bowl, a functional beverage rather than an aesthetic experience. Over centuries, as tea drinking spread beyond monasteries into samurai and aristocratic circles, the practice accumulated ritual elements. The preparation became more formal, the utensils became more elaborate, the settings became more carefully designed. By the 15th and 16th centuries, tea gatherings had evolved into complex social events where powerful men displayed their wealth through expensive tea implements, particularly Chinese ceramics that commanded extraordinary prices. But a reaction against this ostentatious approach emerged, led by tea masters who sought a different aesthetic. They emphasized simplicity over display, rustic objects over expensive imports, spiritual dimension over social competition. This aesthetic came to be called wabi-cha, the tea way of quietness and simplicity, and its most influential exponent was a man named Sen no Rikyu. Rikyu was born in 1522 in Sakai, a wealthy port city near present-day Osaka. His father was a warehouse owner, a merchant rather than a samurai, though prosperous enough to provide his son with education and training in various cultural arts. As a young man, Rikyu studied tea under master teachers, developing his understanding of the practice, absorbing Zen Buddhist influences that shaped his philosophy. He also underwent Zen training at Daitokuji Temple in Kyoto, immersing himself in meditation practices and Buddhist philosophy. This training influenced his approach to tea profoundly, bringing contemplative and spiritual dimensions to what might otherwise have been merely aesthetic performance. By his middle years, Rikyu had developed a distinctive approach to tea ceremony that emphasized 4 principles: WA, harmony; K, respect; SAI, purity; and Jaku, tranquility. These principles guided everything: the design of tea spaces, the selection of utensils, the choreography of movements, the spirit in which the ceremony should be conducted. Tea ceremony was not entertainment or display, but a spiritual practice, a way of creating temporary refuge from worldly concerns, a path toward mindfulness and peace. Central to Rikyu's philosophy was the aesthetic concept of wabi-sabi, a compound term combining wabi, austere beauty, simplicity, quietness, and sabi, the beauty of age and wear, patina, impermanence. Wabi-sabi finds beauty in things that are incomplete, imperfect, impermanent, qualities that run counter to much aesthetic thinking, which seeks perfection, completion, preservation. A tea bowl embodying wabi-sabi might be irregularly shaped, made by hand rather than on a wheel, its glaze uneven, perhaps even slightly damaged. Where conventional aesthetics might see flaws, wabi-sabi sees character. The irregularity reveals the maker's hand, the human touch. The uneven glaze creates unpredictable patterns, unique to that specific object. The small chip or crack testifies to the bowl's history, its use, its journey through time. This aesthetic preference had philosophical foundations in Buddhist teachings about impermanence. Everything changes, ages, eventually disappears. Rather than denying this truth or fighting against it, wabi-sabi accepts and even celebrates it. The beauty of cherry blossoms lies partly in their transience. They bloom for only a brief time before falling. Their beauty is inseparable from their impermanence. Rikyu applied these principles to tea ceremony comprehensively. He designed tea rooms that were deliberately small and simple, rejecting the larger, more elaborate spaces that wealthy tea practitioners had favored. He championed Korean and Japanese pottery over expensive Chinese porcelain, finding greater beauty in rough, irregular forms than in sophisticated perfection. He emphasized natural materials, bamboo, wood, clay, over precious metals. His approach democratized tea ceremony in some ways, making it accessible to those who couldn't afford expensive Chinese tea implements but could appreciate beauty in simpler objects. Yet it also made greater demands on practitioners, requiring them to develop aesthetic sensitivity that could perceive beauty in subtlety rather than in obvious display. The wabi-sabi aesthetic became deeply influential, not just in tea ceremony, but in Japanese culture more broadly. It shaped garden design, architecture, pottery, even literature and philosophy. It became one of the distinctive features that set Japanese aesthetics apart from Chinese or Western traditions, a contribution to world culture that originated in the tea rooms designed by Rikyu and his followers. The physical spaces where tea ceremony occurred, chashitsu, tea houses, embodied wabi-sabi principles in their architecture. These were not grand structures, but small, deliberately humble buildings designed to create specific psychological and spiritual effects in those who entered them. A traditional tea house measures typically about 4.5 tatami mats in floor space, roughly 9 feet by 9 feet, small enough that only a few people can gather comfortably. Rikyu established this size as ideal, creating intimacy, preventing the distance that larger spaces create between people, ensuring that the ceremony remains focused and concentrated rather than dispersed. The entrance to the tea house, the nijiriguchi or crawling-in entrance, requires guests to bend low, to humble themselves physically in order to enter. This entrance typically measures only about 2 feet square. Samurai arriving for tea ceremony must remove their swords before entering, leaving them outside because the swords won't fit through the small opening. This removal of weapons carries symbolic weight. The tea room is a space of peace where violence has no place, where all participants meet as equals, regardless of their rank in the outside world. Inside, the space is simple, almost austere. The floor consists of tatami mats, woven straw covered with rush, providing a slightly yielding surface, pleasantly textured. The walls are plain, often natural clay in earth tones. The ceiling is modest, sometimes showing the structural beams rather than hiding them behind decorated surfaces. Natural light enters through small windows covered with translucent paper, creating soft, diffuse illumination that changes with the time of day and weather. The most important architectural feature is the tokonoma, an alcove built slightly elevated from the main floor. In this space, the host displays a hanging scroll, usually calligraphy or simple ink painting, chosen to reflect the season or occasion. A simple flower arrangement, typically just 1 or 2 stems in an unadorned vase, provides the only other decoration. Everything else remains empty, clean, uncluttered. This simplicity is deliberate and carefully achieved. Every element has been considered, chosen, placed with intention. The emptiness is not absence, but presence. Space for the mind to rest, for attention to focus on what truly matters, rather than being distracted by excessive decoration or complexity. The approach to the tea house, the roji or dewy path, extends the architecture's psychological effect. Guests walk through a garden along a stone path, pausing at a stone water basin to ritually cleanse their hands and mouth. This approach creates transition, a gradual separation from the ordinary world outside, preparation for entering the extraordinary space of the tea room. By the time guests reach the Nijiriguchi and bend to enter, they have already begun the process of quieting their minds, releasing their ordinary concerns. The tea ceremony unfolds according to choreography, refined over generations, every movement prescribed, every gesture meaningful. The process can last hours, particularly in formal versions, though shorter variations exist for different occasions. Let us trace a ceremony's arc, understanding what happens and what it signifies. Guests arrive at the appointed time, gathering in a waiting area. When the host signals readiness, they proceed along the roji, pausing at the stone basin for purification, approaching the tea house with measured steps. They enter through the Nijiriguchi one at a time, the most honored guest entering first, taking the seat closest to the tokonoma. The others follow in order of precedence, positioning themselves according to established protocol. Once seated, guests admire the scroll and flower arrangement in the tokonoma. This viewing is not casual but attentive, appreciating the host's choices, understanding how they reflect the season, the occasion, the host's aesthetic sensibility. The silence in the tea room is not uncomfortable but contemplative, a shared quietness rather than awkwardness. The host enters through a separate entrance, carrying the implements needed for preparing tea. Every movement is precise, economical, beautiful in its efficiency. The host sits in the designated position, arranges the utensils, begins the preparation. The process involves multiple steps, each performed according to exact specifications refined over centuries. Water is heated in a kettle over a sunken hearth, the ro used in winter, or a portable brazier, the furo used in summer. The host uses a bamboo ladle to transfer hot water into the tea bowl. A bamboo tea whisk is rinsed in the hot water, then the water is discarded. Powdered green tea, matcha, is placed in the bowl using a bamboo tea scoop, measuring the amount precisely. Hot water is added and the host whisks the tea vigorously, creating a foamy consistency, incorporating air into the liquid. Each action follows prescribed form. The angle at which the whisk enters the water, the speed and pattern of whisking, the number of strokes, the final positioning of the whisk, all these details matter, not as arbitrary rules, but as elements that contribute to properly prepared tea and to the aesthetic quality of watching the preparation. When the tea is ready, the host presents the bowl to the principal guest. The guest receives it with both hands, admires its appearance, rotates it to avoid drinking from the front side, the side facing the host, drinks the tea in prescribed sips, wipes the rim, rotates the bowl back, and returns it to the host with expressions of appreciation. The host cleans the bowl and prepares tea for the next guest, repeating the process until all have been served. After the tea, the host may bring out the tea utensils for guests to examine and appreciate. The tea scoop, the tea container, the tea bowl itself, each is admired, discussed briefly, handled with reverence. Guests comment on the utensil's beauty, their history if known, their appropriateness to the season. This appreciation of objects forms an important part of tea culture, the recognition that everyday implements can be works of art, worthy of attention and respect. Finally, the ceremony concludes. The host cleans and removes the utensils. The guests prepare to depart, offering final thanks, exiting through the Nijiriguchi, walking back along the roji path toward the ordinary world they briefly left behind. To outside observers, particularly those from cultures without similar traditions, the tea ceremony might seem overly formal, its rules arbitrary, its purpose unclear. Why does the exact angle of holding the tea scoop matter? Why must the bowl be rotated before drinking? Why such elaborate choreography for something as simple as preparing and drinking tea? The answer lies in understanding tea ceremony as meditation in action, a Zen practice expressed through physical movement rather than seated stillness. Every prescribed gesture serves as an anchor for attention, a way of bringing the mind fully into the present moment. When you must focus on holding the tea scoop at the correct angle, your mind cannot simultaneously worry about tomorrow's obligations or dwell on yesterday's regrets. The complexity of the choreography demands presence. The principle of Ichigo Ichi, one time, one meeting, expresses this temporal awareness. Each tea gathering is unique, unrepeatable. Even if the same people gather in the same tea room tomorrow, it will be a different moment, a different experience. Therefore, this moment deserves complete attention, full appreciation, recognition that it will never come again. This awareness of impermanence connects directly to Buddhist philosophy and to the wabi-sabi aesthetic. Everything is temporary. This tea gathering, this bowl of tea, this conversation, this life, all are transient, all will pass. Rather than this being depressing, tea ceremony suggests it makes each moment more precious. Because we have limited time, how we spend that time matters profoundly. The four principles Rikyu established, harmony, respect, purity, tranquility, operate as both practical guidelines and spiritual aspirations. Harmony refers to the relationship among the participants, the matching of utensils to season, the balance between host and guests. Respect means treating each person with dignity, regardless of rank, honoring the utensils as worthy objects, approaching the ceremony with seriousness. Purity involves the physical cleansing at the water basin, but also mental preparation, clearing the mind of distracting thoughts. Tranquility is both the atmosphere created in the tea room and the state of mind practitioners seek to cultivate. These principles extend beyond tea ceremony into life more broadly. A person who has deeply internalized tea training might approach other activities with similar mindfulness, treating ordinary moments with the same attention given to formal ceremony, finding opportunities for harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility in daily existence. Despite the emphasis on simplicity and spiritual cultivation, tea utensils became major status symbols during the late 16th and 17th centuries, particularly among daimyo and wealthy merchants. Certain tea bowls, tea caddies, or flower vases achieved legendary status known by name, their provenance carefully recorded, their value astronomical. A single tea bowl might be worth more than a castle. Daimyo competed to acquire famous utensils, displayed them to demonstrate their cultivation and wealth, used them as diplomatic gifts of extraordinary value. The irony that objects meant to embody wabi-sabi simplicity became instruments of competitive display was not lost on some practitioners, but the contradiction persisted nonetheless. Tea gatherings among the powerful served political functions. Daimyo invited allies and rivals to tea, conducting diplomacy in the intimate setting of the tea room. Decisions about war and peace might be discussed over bowls of tea. Alliances formed, betrayals planned, all within spaces supposedly dedicated to harmony and tranquility. Rikyu himself became entangled in these political dimensions. He served as tea master to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of the most powerful warlords of the late 16th century, a man who unified much of Japan through military conquest. Hideyoshi valued Rikyu's expertise, relied on his aesthetic judgment, elevated him to positions of significant influence. But the relationship soured, for reasons that historical sources don't entirely clarify. Perhaps Rikyu criticized Hideyoshi's ostentation, his preference for golden tea rooms and elaborate display over the simplicity Rikyu advocated. Perhaps political rivalries involved Rikyu in dangerous intrigues. Perhaps Hideyoshi simply tired of his tea master's independence. In April 1591, Hideyoshi ordered Rikyu to commit seppuku. Rikyu, 70 years old, obeyed. He held a final tea ceremony, serving his last guests, then performed ritual suicide. His death demonstrated that even in the supposedly peaceful world of tea ceremony, power dynamics remained. That proximity to political authority carried mortal risks, that cultivating beauty did not exempt one from the violence that still structured Japanese society. During the Edo period, when peace settled over Japan and the samurai class transformed from active warriors into hereditary administrators, tea ceremony found particular importance as a way for samurai to demonstrate cultural refinement. Along with calligraphy, flower arrangement, and incense appreciation, tea ceremony became an essential accomplishment for educated samurai, part of what distinguished them from lower classes. Young samurai of good families studied tea from childhood, learning the choreography through years of practice, absorbing the aesthetic principles, developing sensitivity to seasonal appropriateness and subtle beauty. This training shaped their character, teaching patience, attention to detail, respect for tradition, appreciation for refinement. Tea teachers established schools, the Yamato system, that transmitted Rikyu's teachings through formal lineages. 3 schools founded by Rikyu's descendants, Omote-senke, Ura-senke, and Mushakoji-senke, became the main branches of tea ceremony tradition, collectively called the San-senke, the 3 houses of Sen. These schools persist today, maintaining traditional forms while adapting to contemporary circumstances. In Edo society, where rigidity governed most social interactions, where hierarchy determined almost every aspect of behavior, the tea room offered a kind of social refuge. The principle that all who enter the tea room meet as equals, at least theoretically, created a temporary suspension of normal status distinctions. A low-ranking samurai might share tea with a high-ranking official, both sitting on the same tatami mats, both going through the same ritual cleansing, both entering through the same low door that required everyone to humble themselves. This egalitarian principle was never entirely realized. Rank consciousness proved too deeply embedded in Japanese society, but the idea persisted, creating at least the aspiration toward a space where human connection might transcend social position, where appreciation of beauty and cultivation of mind mattered more than inherited status. Women also practiced tea ceremony, though usually separately from men and with somewhat different traditions. Wives and daughters of wealthy samurai families learned tea as part of their education, developing aesthetic sensibilities expected of women of their class. Some women became accomplished tea practitioners, though they rarely achieved the recognition male tea masters received. The tea ceremony reveals a fundamental tension in samurai identity during the Edo period. These men were warriors by definition, their social position rooted in their supposed readiness for combat. Yet most would never fight in battle, never draw their swords in anger, never experience warfare directly. How could they maintain warrior identity without actual warfare? One answer involved rigorous training in martial arts. Swordsmanship, archery, horsemanship, various fighting techniques, practiced as disciplines even though they lacked practical application. Another answer involved cultural pursuits like tea ceremony, which balanced martial identity with aesthetic cultivation, demonstrating that warriors could be refined, could appreciate beauty, could create moments of peace. This balance between bun and biyu, cultural accomplishment and martial prowess, became central to samurai ideology. The ideal samurai was equally comfortable in the tea room and on the battlefield, though the battlefield had become largely hypothetical by the 18th century. Tea ceremony allowed samurai to demonstrate cultivation without abandoning their identity as warriors. Some samurai achieved extraordinary proficiency in tea, becoming recognized tea masters themselves, teaching others, serving as arbiters of taste and protocol. Others practiced tea more casually, as a social accomplishment, a way to network with other samurai, an occasional refuge from bureaucratic duties. The level of engagement varied, but few samurai of any status entirely avoided tea ceremony. The practice also offered genuine psychological benefits. Government service could be stressful, filled with political maneuvering, rival factions, the constant pressure of maintaining appearances. Tea ceremony provided respite, a structured break from ordinary concerns, a practice that demanded complete attention and thereby offered mental relief. The emphasis on present moment awareness, on appreciating simple beauty, on finding tranquility, these offered genuine value to people navigating complex social hierarchies. One of tea ceremony's most beautiful aspects is its deep connection to seasonal change. Every element of a tea gathering reflects awareness of the season and attunement to nature's cycles. The scroll in the tokonoma changes with the seasons. Winter scrolls might depict snow-covered mountains or plum blossoms that bloom in late winter's cold. Spring scrolls celebrate cherry blossoms, young bamboo, warming days. Summer scrolls emphasize coolness, waterfalls, streams, deep shade. Autumn scrolls feature harvest moons, turning leaves, the melancholy beauty of things passing. The flowers in the tokonoma follow seasonal availability. No forced blooms, no flowers kept artificially past their time. Only what grows naturally in the current season appears, arranged simply, allowing each stem to express its particular character. The sweets served with tea reflect seasonal themes. Spring brings sakura mochi, rice cakes flavored with cherry blossoms. Summer offers cool jellies, sweets shaped like flowers or leaves. Autumn brings chestnuts and persimmons incorporated into confections. Winter features hearty sweets with warming flavors. Even the choice between ro and furo, the sunken hearth or portable brazier, follows seasonal timing. The RO warms the tea room during cold months, its operation a more involved process that becomes part of the ceremony's choreography. The furo serves during warmer months, creating less heat, adapted to circumstances where warmth is less welcome. This seasonal awareness connects tea ceremony to the agricultural rhythms that still define Japanese life, even for urban samurai. Despite living in castle towns, despite engaging in bureaucratic work far from farms, samurai maintained through tea ceremony a connection to natural cycles, to the turning of seasons, to the fact that human life remains embedded in natural processes despite civilization's elaborations. Tea ceremony survived the collapse of the samurai system in the late 19th century, when Japan modernized rapidly and much of feudal culture was discarded. Tea persisted because it had developed beyond warrior culture, becoming part of broader Japanese cultural identity, a practice that women, as well as men, engaged in, that offered value to people regardless of their warrior heritage. Today, millions of Japanese people have some experience with tea ceremony, whether through formal study or casual exposure at cultural events. The three main schools continue teaching traditional forms. Tea rooms remain built using traditional architectural principles. The utensils, movements, and aesthetic sensibilities that Rikyu established over 400 years ago persist largely unchanged. The practice has also spread internationally, with tea ceremony practitioners and teachers in many countries. Students, drawn to its meditative qualities, its aesthetic refinement, its offer of structured refuge from contemporary life's speed and complexity. That tea ceremony can translate across cultural boundaries suggests it addresses something fundamental in human experience, the need for slowness, for attention, for beauty, for moments set apart from ordinary time. In Japan itself, tea ceremony occupies an interesting position in contemporary culture. It's simultaneously ancient tradition and living practice, something honored as cultural heritage yet adapted to modern circumstances. Business executives study tea for stress relief. Students learn tea as part of cultural education. Tea gatherings occur in traditional tea houses and also in modern buildings adapted for the purpose. The wabi-sabi aesthetic that tea ceremony embodies has influenced contemporary design, architecture, and consumer products globally. The preference for natural materials, the acceptance of imperfection, the emphasis on simplicity, these principles that Rikyū articulated have become in various forms part of contemporary international aesthetic consciousness. We have journeyed now through the tea room, observed the ceremony, understood its development and meanings. We have seen how warriors who began our story bound by rigid hierarchies and harsh obligations found in tea ceremony a space of contemplation, of aesthetic experience, of temporary refuge from the world's demands. The contrast between the brutality we examined earlier, the crushing obligations on peasant farmers, the deadly logic of samurai revenge, the violent work of ninja espionage, and the tranquility of the tea room could hardly be more stark. Yet both aspects existed within the same culture. Both were equally real. Both shaped Japanese civilization during the Edo period. Perhaps the tea ceremony served partly as compensation, a way to balance violence with peace, harshness with beauty, rigid obligation with aesthetic freedom. Or perhaps it served as proof that humans are complex, that even societies organized around hierarchy and violence can create spaces of equality and contemplation, that the capacity for refined aesthetic experience coexists with the capacity for brutality. As we prepare to conclude our long journey through feudal Japan, as we ready ourselves to return to the present moment and our own comfortable circumstances, the tea ceremony offers an appropriate final image. The bowl of carefully prepared tea, the flower arrangement with its single stem, the empty spaces of the tea room where mind can rest. These remind us that beauty persists, that humans create meaning even in difficult circumstances, that the present moment, this moment, deserves our full attention before it passes into the unrepeatable past. We have traveled far tonight, through centuries and across social strata, experiencing feudal Japan from multiple perspectives. We began with the rice paddies, feeling the weight of agricultural labor, the bound existence of peasant farmers whose lives were circumscribed by rigid laws and crushing taxation. We witnessed the tragedy of the 47 Ronin, samurai caught between loyalty and law, choosing death to honor their obligations. We explored the shadowy world of ninja, separating historical reality from accumulated myths. We concluded in the tranquil space of the tea room, where warriors sought balance through aesthetic cultivation. These different aspects of Edo Japan, the hardship and the beauty, the violence and the contemplation, the rigid hierarchies and the occasional spaces of equality, together form a picture of a complex civilization, one that endured for over 2 centuries in relative peace, that developed distinctive cultural forms, that left legacies still visible in contemporary Japan and influencing global culture. For the peasant farmer we first encountered, life meant unrelenting work, limited horizons, acceptance of a station that could not be changed. Yet within those constraints, people found meaning, raised families, maintained communities, passed knowledge through generations. The system exploited them, certainly, but it did not entirely crush their humanity. For the samurai, the ideal of Bushido demanded absolute loyalty, acceptance of death, maintenance of honor above all else. The 47 Ronin exemplified these values, becoming legends by choosing to avenge their lord, even though doing so cost their lives. Whether this choice was admirable or wasteful depends on perspective, but Japanese culture has honored it for over 3 centuries, suggesting that loyalty and sacrifice still resonate as values worth contemplating. The ninja, existing in the margins between social categories, developed skills that practical warfare required, but that honorable samurai ideology officially scorned. Their historical reality was far less spectacular than popular culture suggests, yet no less interesting. Intelligence operatives and unconventional warriors who served important functions during Japan's centuries of internal conflict. then faded into obscurity when peace eliminated need for their services. The tea ceremony represents something different from the other aspects we've explored. Not exploitation or violence or deception, but the creation of beauty, the cultivation of mindfulness, the establishment of practices that nourish the spirit. That this practice developed alongside and intertwined with the harsher realities we've examined suggests that human culture is always more complex than simple narratives of oppression or nobility can capture. What lessons might we draw from this journey? Perhaps most importantly, the recognition that people in very different circumstances from our own were still fundamentally human. They loved, struggled, found meaning, created beauty, suffered, endured. The specifics of their lives differ vastly from ours, but the underlying human experiences remain recognizable. We might also recognize our extraordinary privilege. You who listen to this now live with freedoms those Edo period farmers could never imagine. Freedom to move, to choose your occupation, to change your circumstances, to live without crushing obligations or rigid hierarchies determining your destiny. You live with material comforts that Edo period emperors couldn't achieve. Climate control, abundant food, clean water from taps, medical care, access to information and entertainment beyond comprehension. These are not small things. These represent genuine progress, real improvements in human welfare. Acknowledging historical hardship doesn't mean romanticizing the past or wishing to return to it. The past was for most people considerably harder than the present. The farmer we imagined at the beginning of our journey would, if transported to your circumstances, find them almost paradisiacal. Warm in winter, cool in summer, well-fed, secure, free. Yet material progress has not solved all human problems. We still struggle with finding meaning, with building authentic relationships, with cultivating inner peace. Perhaps some of what feudal Japan developed, the attention to beauty, the emphasis on mindfulness, the creation of ritual spaces set apart from ordinary time, remains valuable even in very different circumstances. The tea ceremony's lessons about present moment awareness, about finding beauty in simplicity, about creating harmony and respect, these might offer something useful regardless of era. As you prepare for sleep now, consider the distance we've traveled tonight. From rice paddies to palace, from battlefield to tea room, from actual history to accumulated myths. Consider how much has changed and how much remains constant. Consider the hardships you don't face, the freedoms you possess, the choices available to you that earlier generations lacked. Let the struggles of the past remain in the past. You need carry none of their weight. The rigid hierarchies have dissolved. The crushing obligations have lifted. The bound existence has ended. Those lives concluded long ago, and while we remember them, honor them, learn from them, we need not relive them. You rest tonight in comfort and safety that feudal Japan could not provide. Your bed is soft. Your room is temperature controlled. You face no immediate threats. Tomorrow brings possibilities rather than predetermined routines. This is progress. This is the gift of historical change. This is what generations of human struggle and innovation have created. The peasant wakes no more to fetch water from fountains. The samurai need not choose between loyalty and law. The ninja have emerged from shadows into daylight or faded into peaceful ordinariness. The tea masters have passed their traditions forward. Refined forms persist, but the urgent pressures of feudal competition have eased. Let your breathing slow now. Allow your thoughts to quiet. The stories have been told. The journey is complete. Feudal Japan recedes into historical distance, its hardships acknowledged, its beauty appreciated, its lessons considered. But you remain here now in this present moment that is entirely yours. The rice paddies lie quiet. The castles stand empty or transformed into museums. The tea rooms still welcome practitioners, but the desperate stakes have diminished. History flows forward. Time carries everything along. What was once urgent becomes merely interesting. What once determined destinies becomes material for contemplation. Sleep well, rest deeply. Let the weight of centuries settle gently around you, not as burden, but as perspective. You are the inheritor of all that history, the beneficiary of all that struggle, living in circumstances that previous generations built toward without ever reaching themselves. The night is deep, the world is quiet, your journey through feudal Japan is complete. Now comes the simpler journey into sleep, into rest, into the renewal that each night offers. Close your eyes, release your attention, let consciousness drift gently away like a leaf on water, moving slowly downstream, carried by currents beyond effort or control. Good night.